Good morning, welcome to wet England, and is it 1st of July today? I think it is. You might never see this video, see the light of day. Yeah, it is Wednesday the 1st of July. I may never see the light of day this video because with the coronavirus and everything I'm struggling with getting access to bandwidth, so I don't get to upload my long videos, but for the viewing pleasure of the customer I'm still doing my best to record them wherever possible. So what a weird time we're in, eh? Anyway, we'll get on. This is going to be a long one because this is Chris's vintage V100 Peter Green lemon drop style thing, and we're going to give it a full works. We're going to give it new frets. We're going to give it a new adjustable nut. We're going to hook up two of the pots for, we're going to do the volume pots as a coil split. So let's go over it in close-up, he said, getting out his close-up camera. And this time I'm genuinely going to record it because last time I went through the kerfuffle of starting it and didn't record it. Okay, so I suppose I have to make a kind of sign. Wait a minute, sign of the cross. 1, 2, 3. No, that doesn't make any sense. Here's the marker on both things. Okay, so we got vintage V100 Les Paul look-alike, and he said take your hands away from where the sound mics are. Right, God. So plastic nut, fine, but at the moment it's got a very high first fret action, as you can see. So we're going to take care of that. The frets on here aren't so bad, but we're going to give it a new lease of life, and some of them are pretty flat, like up here. But you know, you could probably do a fret level, but Chris is going for the whole hog, which is this nice refret, because this is a keeper guitar. Okay, so Les Paul styly. I think it's kind of modelled a bit after the 59 Les Paul Peter Green had, and it's got some kind of fake relicking and so on, but it's quite nice in that it's got a dull finish. It's not high gloss, and yeah, it's not overblown relicking. You know, even the pickups have got the nice sort of patina on them. Mismatched pots, and of course we've got the pickup turned round ostensibly the wrong way, but the correct way, if you get what I mean. So we're going to change strap locks. We're going to give it some quality shallows. Okay, it's part of the treat. Here's my box of bits. New bridge, roller bridge, push pots, new switch, and don't know why it came with a black tip. Why did I get it with a black tip? Don't know what happened there. Yeah, so lots to do, but you can see the action's pretty high too. I haven't tried it at a low action, but it's kind of immaterial in a way because we're going to get it rewired anyway and refretted. And anyway, so here's the kind of look of the back on these distressed or weathered things, and you can see it's clearly a sort of stylistic thing, which is then sort of blended nicely in with its satin looking top coat, which of course is fakery, because if this was real wear it would be down through the paint to the wood, but it doesn't matter, it looks quite good. Then we've got a similar thing on the neck, and I believe these, I can't remember whether these are deliberate. I think these are fake replacements. In other words, they set them up first of all with some old style vintage cloisonne things, and then they excuse me, then they take them off and they leave the holes deliberately. I seem to remember that from before. And it's got a sort of quite square heel profile here, but what you've also got is quite a slender neck, which feels nice, and sort of quite a yellowed off colour, amber coloured binding on this thing. This one also currently, sorry about this angles, currently has number tabs on it for playing I think it's a thingy game. What's that thing called? PlayStation. Somewhere under here I've got, is that Fat Face? Is that him under there? Yes. Hello Fat Face, under the stool. Okay, so there's the close-ups for you. That's exciting, wasn't it? Let's get this out of the way. So that can be over stitched into the video. Definitely not what I would consider editing. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to change the bridge, going to rewire the pickups, going to fit a new switch. This is pretty robust. I mean, you know, this is what Chris asked for. So we've got a switchcraft, or an all parts, sorry, I should say, all parts. Decent quality switch here, but I have to say I'm not sure this feels any more robust than the original. Now if it really doesn't, then I might recommend, in fact it feels stiffer, and this is an expensive switch, I can tell you. Switchcraft. Wow, this feels less inspiring, confidence inspiring. I mean, it's actually, you know what it is, it's a little bit smoother. This is a little bit heavier, but I kind of, personally, I think I prefer the clunky thing, but we'll fit it anyway, because it is a higher quality switch in terms of longevity, whatever you call it. Okay, so I'm not going to really even do any measurements, because none of it really matters. We're going to take this thing to bits. I'm just really, the main thing at this point, as the rain hammers down outside, the main consideration at this point is, what order would you do this in? Well, yeah, fretting, could be fretting first, followed by electrics, followed by putting the strings back on, setup, or it could be fretting, mechanical setup first, nut, get all of that done, take the strings off, be ready to polish out the frets, reprofile them, polish them out, the new frets that is, and then while it's in that condition, get into the electrics. I think that's what we'll do. We'll do the mechanical setup part first. Now for that, what do we need to do? Well, we need to get the strings off, we need to get the nut off, and getting the nut done first is probably one of the most important parts of it. Why so? Because I need a clear plastic bag, maybe. Can't find one. Reason why the nut is critical. If we're going to put on new taller fret wire, it's going to the fret wire is going to be unsuited for the nut, even if the nut was any good. So we would need to take the nut off, or we'd need to be prepared to probably shim it. If it was perfect before and we were adding new frets, then we would need to be ready to shim the nut, because the new frets are going to stand taller, and obviously the original nut as cut would leave us probably with the strings touching the frets, which it wouldn't be good. Or strings touching the first fret. Anyway, so I had a customer inquire, interesting thing, actually lots of different interesting things just recently, but one of them is a prospective customer who contacted me on Facebook, said he'd seen some of my video and wanted to know what the price. Did he say he'd seen my video? Yeah, I think so. Asked the price of my setup, and so I told him, including the price for the adjustable Tusq nut, and his response to that was, "Oh, that's quite high. You know, can you? Is there any movement on the price?" To which my answer was a very polite, not really, because this is what it involves, and this is how much time it takes, and this is what I do type of thing. Oh, hello, Wet Morris. Now we've got two of them in here, Morris and Fat Face. Oh my god. What are you? Fine. Morris is soaking wet. Anyway, so it was a kind of tricky one for me, because I think it's possibly the first time in 3 or 4 or 5 years that somebody's asked that question that way, and I know that I recognise that I'm very privileged, lucky. Morris, this is going to work out. Where do you want to be? Look, do you want to be on the stool? Come on, come down here and sit on the stool. I'll just put it over there for now. Come on. Come to me, or go to here. Can you get to here? Come Come down. Come on. Come on. That's good. Go on your stool. Yeah, there you are. Ah, I just realised. Hold on a sec, camera. Real life. Let's close up the door, Morris. You know why? Because my damn clamps are getting soaked, as always. It's the price you pay when you have them on the outside of the door. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, I suppose I've been very lucky or blessed to have not really had that as an issue, and it's mainly because I set out that way from the beginning. You know, I've been in business in different ways for quite a lot, or a number of years, doing different things. I've had some experience, and what I learned a long time ago was not to compete on price. Now this, by the way, at this stage I'm going to keep this as is, right, because those strings will be really useful for doing sacrificial stringing, so we can set the action later on and without having to use nice new strings. Yeah, so we've been in business for many years. There goes the plastic nut. And one of the things I learned was not to compete on price. I mean, lots of people do, and there are parts of business where it's the done thing. So, for example, if you're selling shallow, you know, commodities, parts and stuff, units like this, then you're going to end up competing on price, because that's how that sort of business works. But when you're offering a service, it's a fast track to hell if you find yourself waging a price war with a bigger, wider supplier in a world of suppliers, because you know, if you don't have a massive warehouse and massive resources and huge industrialized automation and all that kind of stuff, you find yourself unable to compete on the financial cost front. So, you know, I kind of discovered that in companies that I worked for, where we were offering services. Learned very quickly not, you know, to make sure that the service was offering value and nothing to do with just price. And the same I've learned to do with setups, and luckily it's worked so far. And so it struck me as kind of odd to have that experience of being asked about saving money or reducing the cost. Now, having said that, there's absolutely no, I'm not, what's the word is, I'm not criticising the person at all. Yeah, entirely appropriate for them who, you know, they've never had a service before or set up. They didn't know what it involved, and as you know, they didn't have a lot to go on, so they kind of make their judgment based on what they've seen, and what they see is some people offering prices, or offering setups in inverted commas, whatever someone else decides or defines as a setup, and then charging anything from £30 to 75 to 100 or whatever. So it's a difficult one for somebody who hasn't bought the product before to know what it's worth or what it should cost. So, but it just wasn't a problem dealing with that inquiry. It just reminded me, I suppose, but not gloaty, but it was a good reminder of how it's worked for me so far, in that because I don't work in the price war kind of part of the world. And it, you know, I guess the point I was just making there is it's not accidental that you have to choose not to. So right from the day one, when you start doing something like setups or whatever it is you're deciding to do, it's a conscious decision not to be comparing your price to someone else's and lowering it to match or to undercut, or, you know, and people might say, well, what does that mean in actual practice? What do you do if you don't? Because, you know, everyone wants to charge a premium, don't they? And everyone wants to be that product where, hell, look, you know, if you have to ask the price, you obviously can't afford it type of thing. Well, what does it mean in day-to-day practice? And actually there are some kind of points at which you really can see where you have to make decisions. So for example, the first bit comes when you sort of you figure out what you're going to charge, right? And I guess some people look at it and go, well, I've got very little experience where I've just started, and there's a guy down there who's selling setups for 30 quid, so maybe I should do it for 25. And then what will happen is, sure, you'll pitch it at a low price, and then you'll start at that low price, and you'll discover very quickly that, first of all, what the person who's charging that much money for it is able to do for that money is probably less than you'd want to do. So actually, let's come at it another way around. What I recommend you do, I suppose, is you decide what you do well and what results your service offers, right? Let's just check this nut just to see where we're at. Yeah, so you decide what the sort of value of your service is, or the result of your service. That's 5 mils. And if your service is, for example, changing someone's strings, sticking on some oil on the fingerboard. What else could you do? You know, tweaking the truss rod, changing the strings, and tuning it up for them. Then, yeah, you know, maybe that 30 quid's a good price for the time you spent doing that. However, if what you start out doing is all of those things, plus leveling the frets, plus changing the nut and making micro adjustments, precise adjustments to the nut, precise fret leveling and so on, then it's a different product. And I think the first thing you have to do is be very clear about the distinctive product, what it is you're selling, and what the benefits of that are. Now, it sounds like your usual sort of business seminar crap, but it is really important to know that. And I think I got into doing this because I'd figured out a couple of, not secrets, but, you know, gold nuggets of what I could do to make guitars play better. And that was about precision setting of the nut and the fret leveling. So kind of once I knew why I was doing what I was doing, and I knew the amount of work involved in it, and I knew the value it added, I knew how much doing the nut improved the guitar, for example, then once I got that, I could very confidently say what I do is I will do stuff to your guitar that means I will give it back to you, and you'll have a very low action, and it'll be buzz and choke free, and the guitar will play and stay in tune, probably like no other guitar you've ever had will, right? Now that suddenly becomes different from what the guy down the road is offering for 30 quid. And it's tangibly different. And so because I knew that, I understood why I was doing what I was doing, and I understood what it offered from the very outset. I've just realised what I'm doing here is I'm shaving down a nut that I might not actually use for this guitar. This was a kind of a demo one. I've got new ones up there. Anyway, I can adjust the other ones. Yeah, so being clear about exactly what it is you do from the outset and why that adds value and why it's special and different, I suppose, is really critical. Because so I knew why I was worth charging money for, and I also knew the benefits it would bring, and I knew how long it took to get it that way. So from the outset, I could see first of all that I wasn't doing the same as a lot of other people. There was a clear difference between some guy down the road doing a 30 quid setup, changing your strings and oiling your fingerboard, so it would be a different. There was no point comparing the prices of the two, and so I knew it was different from that, and I knew it also offered benefits that guy down the road couldn't offer either. So again, it was I could articulate why it was different. So from that point onwards, when I sort of figured out what it was worth, I looked at what, let's say for example, I looked at what somebody would charge for doing a setup which included what they called fret dressing, and actually that was a lot more than 30 quid. So if you looked at other luthier techs prices, you'd see standard setup. Thanks, man. It's falling like a dagger to the floor. A standard setup, 35 quid or 40 quid. And then they'd say fret dressing 70 quid or something. And you go, okay, well there's 100 quid there or 110 quid there. Because that's what I'm doing, all of that. And I'm probably doing quite a bit more as well. So you can see pretty quickly a guide price that this would be. Anyway, so I didn't really have too much problem setting a price, and it felt fair. It felt fair in comparison to the way or things, the prices that other people charge for doing all the same amount of work. So I felt comfortable with that. Now the only challenge you have then is that this paint is ready to crack off. I may have to touch this up. Yeah, the only problem then is of course you have people who look at that and go, well, you know, why are you charging 100 and he's charging 40? And you can get into explaining why, but often the people who are asking that aren't going to understand your explanation because they're coming at it from the outside of understanding what it is that they get for their money, which is again to be understood. You'd expect that. Anyway, so that's just I suppose a kind of a sort of a tip if you're thinking of getting into this line of work. You do need to really, you have to do that thing of getting very clear about what you're offering and why it's worth what it is worth, and then the most important thing comes after that is you have to stick to it. There's no point, absolutely no point in going through that and saying I think I'm worth this, that and the other, and then behaving as if you're not, i.e. numbers at that end, i.e. you know, as soon as you find yourself putting a price on your services and you feel nervous and then you drop the price, or somebody says to you, whoa, hang on a minute, bloke near me is doing it for this much, and then you immediately decrease the price. That's the point at which you make sure it works is, I suppose, first of all, oh my bin, first of all you've got to be good at it. I mean, it's quite obvious, if you're not good at it then you won't get many customers for it, but providing you're good at it, you have to resist the nerves and the temptation to reduce the price. Okay, now this should fit straight into there because they're the same, from the same production line. There we go. And this is now a little bit overhangy, which in a sense you could do because it'd be like one of those Irvana things. But if you let that overhang, it would if you let it overhang, it would mess up the intonation. That's the bottom line. So we have to take this front edge down carefully. Like so. Basically we're tailoring the nut for this guitar, which is precise and careful work. Okay, nearly there. Oh, neighbours, don't you love your neighbours? Right, so we're getting a little bit thinner on the nut itself, but that's fine because this has a narrow slot, full stop. What do you want, fat face? Don't jump up there, you are too big for climbing shelves. No, stay on your thing or go out. I mean, seriously. Okay, so this is my test one. I'll put that up there for future mouldings and things. And so what I'm doing now is I'm just getting this actual one down to very precise size to work in this. So you can see it's long-winded, precise process. If you jumped up there, fat face, I've got a feeling you're behind something. I see your tail. Okay, we've got a sort of little lip of paint here which is trying to snap off. It's where the paint formed a meniscus, I suppose you'd call it, on the original paint job when they put the nut there and sprayed around it. So, face, really, no. Wait. You're just going to make a problem. That's what you're going to do. Yeah, so there is a little lip which is trying desperately to break off if I'm not careful. And to avoid that, I've just got to get this precisely thin enough to fit. Not so thin that it's loose, but not so fat that it breaks that little lip of paint, which we don't want to happen. Fit in there. Let's have a look. Yep, that will go, that will do. But I have to remove it, put it back in very carefully. Okay, so the next thing we have to pay attention to is the fit. Oh dear, fat face. Have to sort of pay attention to the fit width-wise. Let's just have a look and see. Oh, it really wants to break that paint off. It's desperate to do it. Don't want it to do it, but okay. So we need to go right to the edges of this nut. So we're going to sand this right down until it just meets the Tusq part. So we don't need any overhanging extra stuff. You know what I mean. That white plasticky resin stuff. Almost there. Yes, mister. Yeah, what are you doing? It's quite hard to square this off exactly because it's Not scientific, doing it by hand like this. There's probably some sort of way one could do it, but I'm going to just do it organically because that's what I've got the means to do. A little bit of rounding at the edges. Yes, fat face, now where are you going to go? You're stuck, aren't you? Frankly. Come here. Right, I've had a good explore. Now you're just going to jump right down there. Oh, God. He's nearly 3 times heavier than Morris, and he makes quite a bang when he hits the floor. Now I'm going to just round off the back edge of the nut, back corner. Okay, just take away any hard, sharp edges. Now this is the tricky part. What we're going to do, we have to get this in and out several times. So first of all, we're looking at, with the nut flat down on its stops, right, this is about 5mm too tall. We can actually measure it probably if we were so bothered, but let's just have a look in a straight line, approximately a straight line, only approximately. Let's have a look at a straight line here. Right, let's do that on there. Let's do a straight line. Okay, we look at that and we go 3, 2.5, 3, 4.5 mils. Right, I'm going to try and remove this with that paint coming off. Oh God. So we're saying possibly 4.5 mils of space, which we only really want 0.3. So let's say we would comfortably remove 4 mils from this game. So let's go 375 just to keep it conservative. Okay, so I'm going to go 375 there, and then I'm going to measure from the underside of the nut to that line. 3, and then we'll go 3 at this end from the same underside. There we go. And then I'm going to draw it across. So you can actually see this is quite a lot of material to remove. And well, you will be able to see in a minute. There you go. And that will put us down low in the slot, because the idea of all of this is to get the action by raising this unit here. So we can cut this with a saw, or we could file it. Let's see what cutting it with a saw does. Started right. Hard to keep track of where that's going. That's coming back out. That's rubbish. Bit of sawing I have ever done in my life, but it will speed up this process. Okay, so I'm just now standing to get down to my line. As I get down there, what I want to make sure is that the angle is correct. is nearly right. It's not bad. Getting there slowly. Again, you've got leeway to run slightly under because you can lift it up using the grub screws, and that's the whole point of this arrangement. So we're getting close to it. See, it's a very small unit by the time we're done, so all of that plastic that or resin that we began with is kind of thrown away by the end of it. Most of it is. Okay, getting close now, checking the angles. Yes, yes. A bit more at this end. At this point I'm dancing with the piece rather than moving my arms, because it's the best way to get a consistent bottom. It means you can keep the piece in the same angle. And just move your whole body. That keeps a more consistent shape. Hold on a second, incoming call. Okay, we're back. So, next thing I'm going to do on this is I'm going to pull the frets. To help this, what I want to do two things. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten the neck, tighten the truss rod adjuster and get as much back bow into the neck as reasonably possible. Okay? Because theoretically that will, if that's the slot, and then bending the neck backwards makes the slot go a bit like that. The idea is I'm going to release these frets as easily as possible. Next thing is I get some water on the fingerboard, fretboard, fingerboard, same thing really, and kind of let it sink in as much as possible. Now, the thing is, if you think about this, as we're putting water on, this is going to need to dry out later, which will be fine because we'll leave it time to dry out between fretting, defretting and refretting. Okay, now let's put this water out of the way, sharing the space with us. Right, not enough hands. Hot thing out of the way, water out of the way, string over there. Hot thing back in my hands. Right, so the idea is back bow plus wet fingerboard. We're now going to use the soldering iron to heat up. Now, I keep doing this the wrong way around. A little tip, if you're going to do this on a right-handed guitar, suggest you start on the other way around than you would normally think of doing it. It's probably better if you're going to make any compression at all of the fingerboard wood, which you chances are you will when you remove the frets, you'll do it on the top edge rather than the bottom edge. Also, sometimes you can find that when you're removing frets, it's possible that your fret pliers touch against the paperwork, so I'm going to get a good protection from the pliers for removing frets. Okay, so here we go. Get it safe and stable. Start from this side, soldering iron this side, fret pullers this side, and so we put the heating on there, warm it up a little bit. And the idea is we've got to get a lift started. With this type of guitar, you can either put it on the neck, whatchamacallit, support, or if you feel like it, let it down onto the flat of the back and have the headstock overhang. It's kind of better to have it supported on the bench than on the neck support for this. So warm up the fret a little bit. You can hear it sometimes makes the grease and underneath the fret. See, that's why you have the protective tape there. So this is actually it's quite hard to get a bite on here. Sometimes if you can't get it, you need to stabilize the whole thing, so you heat the fret up, take the risk of shoving that back there and then holding this in place with two hands, and it is refusing to start. I got it going, but that may have put a little bit of a crimp on there, which we're going to need to keep an eye on. But that's the difficulty of getting started. No matter how fine your fret lifting pliers are, it can be very difficult. So these are all things to help get it started. Some of them just, the edges of the thing go underneath just like that and they get going. So I'm just loosening up the edges first, a little bit of heat, and then use the finest part of the plier possible just to get that little bite, and then it starts lifting. As I'm doing this, or if you're doing this, you get a much clearer look at the actual state of the frets as well when you're doing this. So that's the bit to watch out for. That tilting back, you can end up going into the finish, because that's typically what you end up wanting to do, is tilt backwards. First little lift there. If you don't get it in that first bite, you have to get a second harder bite. That's the water steaming away, which is always good. Nope. There we go. So difficult. Just got it lifting. And then what we'll do is come back and just take them all up one by one. It's amazing, if you don't get that first bit, if you get too far out you get a little bite on the plastic. If you don't get it far enough in, you won't get that little first bite. It's very tricky. Over the top, over the top, over the top, and then you have to do a much heavier bite after that. You can go to the other side, but I'm trying to do it all on the, keep it all on the one side if possible. There you go. You see, it's not an easy thing to do. The purpose of the water is to primarily help the frets come out easier. There you go. But also to help stop flaking of the fingerboard. It's no guarantee that it will. Sometimes that kind of does what it wants, no matter what you do as a precaution. But it's giving it the best chance possible. Be good to have a soldering iron holder here, actually, because you do feel like you need that other hand to get that first bite right. Bite right. Be so great to get that first edge to work like that, but not like that. Like that. Yeah, if you can even just get that first little lift on the very corners, it's better. if you can just do that bit like that, that's just enough, and you can lift it after that. Okay, so what we do is, once I've got pulled the frets out in a minute, then we'll examine the fretboard, and time after that is spent. We'll cut the new set of frets, but we'll spend quite a bit of time on preparing the fretboard to receive the new frets, and that's the really important part of this whole deal. Is the better you prepare the fretboard for the new frets, the more successful the refret will be. So this is now scuffed over the top, and it just doesn't want to bite in anything here. Damn it. Look at that, rounded. That now becomes nigh on impossible. Nope, look at that, that's incredible. But the only other way you can do it is probably get a bit of a prise on the very end of the fret, if it has an overhang like this. But it's probably still not going to help. So you can see the difficulty is pressing down on the end of this enough to get purchase like that, which it isn't. So it's a matter of how hard down you're pressing it to get the purchase, and whether you've got enough inwards bite as well. It's very difficult. You don't have a single set of pliers capable of doing it guaranteed every time. Lordy. So this one I'm going to have to come from the other side. So I'll take the other ones out first, and then turn around. So once we've got all the bits raised, we then continue heating and walk along the fret, pulling it out. Now this feels very good. That one isn't going to play ball. This one will. So just gently kind of bite our way to the fret coming out, and these are lifting without any amount of flaking, which is really good. You know, helped in some small amount by the steam from having slightly wetted the fingerboard in advance. Some of them feel crunchier, and that one has a little bit of flaking, tiny bit, but not much. Little trick, or little tip: if you don't trust your soldering iron hand, put your pliers down first and cradle the soldering iron inside, and that way it can't fall off either way. So you make sure that your pliers are down before you put the soldering iron to the fret. Placed, heat. Placed, heat. Placed, heat. So with this, the question is, what's the actual radius? Well, with a guitar like this, it will be based on a 12-inch radius, probably. I think it's certain it is. But this 12-inch radius, as produced by this factory, won't necessarily match the 12-inch radius that I've got on my radius block. So we have a choice at this point. If we want to clean up the fingerboard any, do we use a radius block or do we clean it up without a radius block? There's a little tiny chip out. So the decision would be, for me, based on the condition of this fingerboard once we've got the frets out. To be honest, it looks pretty good. I would rather hand sand that and largely keep the same radius than to take a radius block to it and basically impose a slightly different radius on it. But what we'll do is, we see with the radius block we don't have any adjustment over it. It is set to whatever it came out of the factory at. Whereas when it comes to putting the frets on, I can adjust infinitely the fret curvature to fit this actual neck. So let's say this is Vintage's version of 12 inch. It doesn't matter if it's not really 12 inch, if it's 12.5, then I can just modify the settings on my fret bending or wire bending thing and get it to match perfectly, and then bend all the frets to that radius. And it doesn't matter to the player whether it's 12.5 or 12 or just under 12. It's a tiny detail. But what does matter is, let's say for example you bought a set of pre-radius frets that somebody's done at 12 inches, and then you take your radius block to this. In fact, I'm going to heat first. Yeah, you take your 12-inch radius block to this, and then you go and try and put your 12-inch radius frets on, because those three things, this, the block and your frets, can all be slightly different. You can risk running into a problem where you've got a kind of fret that sticks up at the edges, for example. Thankfully that came up that end. And the frets that sort of stick up from the radius is not what you want, because you'll end up having to try and press them down or leave them just slightly up, and they can play perfectly well and not move once they're glued in, but it doesn't look great. Okay, so there's the defretting. What I can now do, where did I put it? Oh, here it is. We can now radius the wire and cut its size. I'll do that a bit later on. What I will do at this point is I'll take off these here rock star stickers, rock school, I don't know, whatever it was called, the game things. Mind you, they're quite useful. I could still use those on F3, 5, 7. Hoover that up later and clean that back later as well. In fact, let's just do that now, because I don't like sticky stuff loitering around for no good reason. Note to self, need to buy some naphtha. So when you finish this, you'll get there's some not tear ups, there's some twists on the end of here that you can feel. Of course, these are easy to sand back, and we will definitely take all of those back when we come to bevel out the new frets, so you won't feel it. But that's what happens as you pull the old frets out. Now I've made sure that in a way that's along the top edge, so the smoother of the sides, even if we weren't going to smooth it out, the smoother side is still there. So, which for a right-hander of course is the right side. So this is what you've got here now, is you've got gunged stuff sticking to sticking up, particularly where the frets sat at the edge of the slot. It's got all the stuff, glue, bits of wood that have come up as you pulled it up. And we need that to be smooth. There's a number of ways you could do it. One way would be to take some sandpaper by hand, if I can think where it is. It doesn't have to be too fine, but it certainly doesn't want to be too heavy a grip. But by hand we could gently adjust this, or gently clean this up, without significantly changing the radius, which I think is probably a better approach than taking the radius block to it. If it had pits and gouges and stuff, I might take the radius block to it if it was in really bad condition. Now we get down here with some sandpaper, and I'm going to cover this up. And what I really want is a bit of tissue paper, and probably some better green tape. And I'm going to cover up this pickup. Now the Wilkinson pickups, the little metal words on them have a horrible tendency to come off. So just to protect it here, I'm going to just do that. And I can put more or less on in a minute, but that's just to make sure I don't hit the pickup as I come down here, which it's hard not to. I also don't want to take off the nice lettering. Okay, so the first stage is just to, in cleaning up the fretboard a little bit, I'm going to make sure I know what condition is, and I'm thinking about it mainly from the point of view of getting the next frets in as perfectly as possible. So I'm just making sure this has got no sticky out bits. But I'm just doing it by hand. And go over the edge a little bit just to make sure, take away the sharp bits if any are left. Very difficult to do it completely without touching some of the colour. This is coloured lacquer on top of this. It's tinted lacquer. So if you go over the edge of here, it will remove some of the amber tint, and you'll see a whiter coloured fingerboard, but that's how it has to be. Okay, so a quick look back then tells me what the condition of the fingerboard is. It's actually quite nice and smooth, and I'm just thinking about it from the point of view of putting new frets on. I don't want any sticky up crunchy bits of old glue or finger grease. Okay, so I'm just getting the sort of main bits out of the way, and then if I'm happy with that, then I can switch to a lighter gauge, like a 600 grit, and just again gently hand sand it. Probably makes sense to put another bit of this black tape on this side as well. Not so much for now, but for later on when we're fretting, as much as for now. Okay, and it allows you to sort of go around the corner a bit without worrying about getting the paint as you do it. So both sides, we're going to take, just make sure that both sides are rounded a little bit so it's not sharp to the touch. I'll just chuck it away, I did, didn't I? Okay, so as a surface, that's fine to put on new frets. Now that's just the surface, right? What we haven't dealt with at all is the condition of the slots, and that's the equally as important in the whole thing. So I'm going to need to spend time, and I won't do it all on camera, but we need to get each slot one by one and thoroughly clean it out, and that means from corner to corner, and get all the grime out. So we'll do all of that for each one, because we need to be confident that the new frets will go in. And the fret wire will be, let's see what the radius is, it will be a 12-inch fret wire. Probably already got this one part of it here, but that's a pretty accurate 12-inch radius all the way, and this is actually flatter, so this isn't a 16, so we can use this bit up first. What I'll do is I'll just put it through the thing here and see what the last thing I bent in there was. Okay, was it probably 16-inch radius? Let's adjust it a little bit tighter. From 16 hopefully to about 12. Not the best place to hang my radio, frankly. Okay, spot on. So, again, I won't do all of this in one go, or yet, but the idea is we'll go along here and we'll cut a complete set of frets, and then we've got the new stuff that's just arrived as well. So the first one's ready to use, we'll cut that, and that's what I'll do. And I could even do it all off camera and appear back with the whole set of frets done. But like I say, the principal thing, if you're going to remember anything, is prepare the surface, right? What I should have done is go back to the box where I threw away the frets. Pull out a fret and measure the tang width. Now, it's actually quite big. I'm looking at point 0.66. Right, this will be about 0.6 as well. So even though it's a bigger gauge, it'll probably turn out to be just about right. 0.68. Oops, there goes the step ladder again. Right, so we don't have to widen the slots, which is good. They're also pretty clean, so you can hear them cleaning out nicely. So this shouldn't be a very complicated job to clean the slots out. And once we've got the fingerboard surface clean and smooth, and once we've got the slots all cleaned from very edge to very edge without damaging the binding, of course, then we're ready to cut new frets and size them up and get them as close as we can. The reason we want to get them close to size is on a fixed or a glued neck like this, we have great difficulty, or it's impossible, to get up here with the edge beveling file. So we're going to have to prepare this lot of frets by hand or manually off the, in fact all of this lot here. We have to get it as close to ready sized and beveled, so that even if we can't get to them at all with the fret beveling block, the edge beveling block, then we know that we've got them pretty much to the right size, and we may only have to do a bit of sandpaper work. Now this is showing that there's some gunge in here that we need to play a little harder to remove, so it's watching out for that one. It's like something's been glued in there with a different kind of material, and it's clogging it up a bit. So we just go backwards and forwards a few more times. The good thing about the Jumbo Evo Gold fret wire is that it has a wide crown which actually can hide any unfortunate very small lifts of rosewood, so it's very forgiving in that way. So each time I do a bit of digging, I'm just going to ensure that we've got a smooth substance, a smooth substrate surface to work off. It's interesting that the slots feel wider down here than they do at this end. But remember, we're also still in backbowed setting at the moment, so they will narrow up very slightly when we release that and put it to flat. So anyway, of course the good thing about having a binding, as a customer asked me yesterday, what's the point of a binding? And a binding is as far as I can see, it's a way of allowing you to fret the guitar and not worry about very slight shrinkage of the fingerboard over time. Because if you don't have a binding and you fret right to the edge and then bevel to the edge so that the tang of the fret is flush with the wood, then any shrinkage of the wood over time, the fret end or the tang tends to stick out, and you start to feel it, and it can become what people call fret sprout and be unpleasant and annoying. But if you, because when you do with the binding, you cut the tang short of the binding, and only the crown reaches the edge, and usually it's just a bit in from the edge as well, if you get it right. And so that behind the binding there's a bit of room available for shrinkage, which is good. And let's just see if I can get into this corner here. So whatever was in here is kind of putting up a bit of a fight. It's like some glue sticking up or something. I'm just going to keep scraping away at it a bit, because I don't want to put a fret in and find that it sits up proud in that one, because usually the slot's deeper than the tang needs to be, but just in case, I don't want to get all of them in beautifully and then find this one is going to fight me because there's a hump for whatever reason. So you can see I spent a lot more time on this one than any other. There are little fret slot saws you can buy, and I sort of made my own version of one here, which is a very odd thing. It came from a clay modelling tool that I cut some little teeth into the end of. It does the job pretty well, and it's also quite good for also slightly widening the frets as well, the slots as well, but this doesn't need them. Okay, so slots are cut, cleaned, wide, sufficiently wide. So the next thing will be to cut the frets and start trimming them down, and particularly for around here to get them the exact size, because as I say, we can't get up here with the beveled file. Now what I have got instead of that for just this thing is I bought this, believe it or not, from China. It's just so I can get in there and I can finish that fret like this, and finish that rack of frets. And it won't be quick because it's about 8 frets or something, you know, and it'll take a while to wear them down, but we can get in there by hand and be protected so that I don't have to worry. Okay, but we may put meaner sandpaper on there to get it done. Okay, anyway, time to take a break. I'll see you later on. There we go. Cutting fret wire. Evo Gold. As beautiful as it is precious. I've got a couple of spare bits of this. I might just end up with a whole guitar's worth afterwards, because I've been collecting spare leftover strips. You never know. The real challenge is keeping track of the size of them, because you can get different gauges obviously, and then they end up just being put in loose in pots here and there, and I think to myself, have I got any of this gauge? And I go and look at it and I measure it, and I can't quite work out if it's the ultimate large version or the size down from that, but you never know. Anyway, you'd be amazed to hear that we've actually had some sunshine this late afternoon, evening, so I've been chilling in the hammock for a bit, because I'm not feeling great. No, it's not the virus, just not feeling 100%. So I give myself an hour off and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. Tomorrow I've got a router session booked down at Rod's place, and I'm going to be making progress on the on the deco cat. No, what's it called? Deacon backer. That thing I'm making. Wow, look at that. So we end up definitely with a whole strip. Now is this full size? It is, you know. That's the full size. I could possibly end up with enough for a whole guitar. This is full size. I think it's slightly tighter than 12. Just a fraction. Let's flatten it out and put it through the grinder. It's nice to be able to use it up actually, instead of ending up with bits I can't do anything with. Lovely. Yes, Router Thursday, courtesy of my very kind, helpful neighbour, who opens up his workshop to me to do all the week's noisy routing stuff, if he's around and if it's convenient. But it's an absolute godsend at the moment, because otherwise I wouldn't really be able to get it done. And I'm so keen to get on with the Deacon backer, because it's ready to be put together very soon. Right, put that spare stuff up there. Okay, so you can see that we've got 22 lovely frets, and what I'll now do is trim them and begin the process of trimming. And then we also at this point want to cut them down in size. So I'm going to figure a way of doing it. Get some sandpaper. Right, so first of all, simple part. Don't know how well you can see this. Probably not so well. Hey, sorry. So we cut an overhang first. Alright, cut an overhang nice and clean. We tidy it off, and then we place it here like that, and we get ready to do that on all of them, and then we'll go down the whole lot and mark them off for the exact length. So if I can get them as close as possible to begin with, then that makes things a lot easier, especially for the ones at this end that I can't reach with the edge bevel. So I want to come to the end of the edge of the I was going to say, really ideally you want these on a set neck. It'd be better if you can get the frets to hang in, just sit inwards of the edge. But the problem with that is you can't do that and bevel them with the edge beveler. So you realistically end up getting them touching flush with the edge, which I prefer to do without, but it's not a bad thing. If you had some sort of machine that could cut them all to size exactly, because if you do them by hand you end up looking down the neck and they wander. The only way to sort of avoid that is to cut them with the edge beveler, which means it sort of defaults to having to run them flush with the edge of the binding, exact edge. So it's a minor kind of challenge, but I've tried to do them by hand before and they just don't look precise enough. They play absolutely fine because the amount of variation is so small, but it's surprisingly visible to the naked eye, because you know we can spot variations like that very easily. Hello Morris, I trod on his leg earlier on, not full weight or anything. Hello, are you alright? You're talking to me now. He wouldn't come near me when it first happened, bless him. He ran away. Thought I was doing it on purpose, which is pretty tragic. Anyway, so one side of this, and then what I'll do is I'll take all of these off and hang them up on sticky Gorilla Tape, which is my way of keeping them safe until it's time to tap them in, which actually may not be too far off. Might as well get this done earlier. So like I say, slightly different from a bolt-on neck is the time I'm going to have to spend getting these end frets as close to their final size as is possible. And you know, you can imagine if you're doing that by hand, there isn't a way that you can get them to be perfect unless you can file them, put them on and stop when you've got them right, which I'll do, but it's a little bit homespun. But like I say, with that little T-shaped piece of aluminium, I'm hoping to be able to trim them as close as we need. Anyway, so in the space between this morning and now, I had a reply from that prospective customer, who was asking if there was any movement on the price of the setup, and by keeping it polite and explaining to him in a friendly way why I knew that what I was charging for the value that it gave, it sort of kept the conversation respectful, not it doesn't have to go into the you're taking the sort of dimension, because I don't take it personally when somebody doesn't know what something costs, or even if they think it's too high, it's entirely up to them. So by keeping it friendly, hopefully left a door open for a person to come back to me if they get to see what the value is at some point, which is cool. Morris is outside, that's nice. So he's around. So you can see that already these frets, you can visualize how they're going to look when stuck on this, properly done on this guitar neck. Just trying to get them to sit there. Part of pushing them in now just also helps to alert me to any slots that might present any problems that I've missed, but hopefully there aren't any. So that at this stage they're all now coming to be individual, cut to a very specific length, so they're no longer interchangeable. Undercut that a bit more. If you don't undercut enough, you might just run the risk of ending up trying to push the tang into a slightly grime-filled area, because no matter how much you try, you can't quite clean everything out of the slots, or there's a likelihood you don't get every last bit out. Okay, so now you can start to appreciate the gorgeousness of the Evo Gold and how it's going to look when it's done. So the next thing I do is I carefully, if I can, go down here and mark up a sort of just to the outside of the frets where they reach, and it's not going to be perfect because we'll edge bevel back some of the way. This pen is struggling on there. It's the only one that works. So we will always have a little bit to take away, whether it's by hand or by beveling block. And it's here I want to get it as close as I can. If I could get this lot perfect, ready to just press in, then we've saved ourselves trying to get into this restricted space up here. Okay, so the next thing I do is I go back over all of these and I cut to the line first, and then I undercut from there, and that's that one done. Oops. Okay, cut to the line, I'll do all of these this way, and then I'll concentrate on pre-beveling those end ones. So it's been so long now I can't remember exactly where I got all of these tools. I know that this tang nibbling tool, I'm pretty certain that was from StewMac. I think this may well have been also, I'm not sure. But never regretted buying anything from StewMac. This is just going to create some trouble there. Yeah, they're expensive, and if you're buying in the UK, you end up having to pay import tax almost always on their stuff. But it's good quality for the very most part. I've got no complaints at all. It sometimes goes wrong and you just grind the end of the fret. If that was the case, give it a couple of goes, and if I can't get it right, I ditch it and replace it. Yeah, so their quality is very good. Their customer service is also extremely good, and they do know what they're talking about. If they've invented a tool for doing a job, you can guarantee that it'll do that job, which is a great reassurance if you're learning the stuff yourself. Okay, so I don't, some people grouse about the price, but when you do lots of setups, trying to budget or trying to find budget versions can be a false economy, and it's painful to spend £100 on a crowning file or something like that. But the one I bought from them has now lasted me nearly 6 years or something like that, so I really can't complain about that. When you break it down over the years, the price of that, so you get value for your money. Okay, that's a little bit overhung. Okay, so there is another level of this that if you really want to make sure, as sure as you can, and sometimes if I'm in the mood I'll do it, is to go back over each of these frets and file down the underside of the tangless underside of the crown bit that's overhanging the thing binding. And the reason for that is that this tang nipper can leave some a little bit proud, so to get that filed on the underside of there is hopefully give it the best chance of sitting flat on the fingerboard. Part of the challenge of this is when you do this tang cut there, it seems to very slightly push up the crown part, which has now become weaker because it's not being supported in 90 degrees by its tang, so it's a bit tends less to stay flat, and that can also result in it just rising up slightly off the fingerboard, which can be a shame. So anything, potentially even just a tap on something, but again the risk of over bending it becomes pretty great as well. So it's not such a problem that it doesn't work, but I'm sort of always eyeballing it as I'm going. So if for some reason if I end up with one that seems to be bent up at the end too much, I will come back and do it again. That's perfect. So I'm getting to the end bit now, and I'm going to, instead of cutting it to the exact size, I'm going to aim to file it to the final exact size. But I think what I'll do, just to demonstrate how much goes into this, I think I will do the under crown filing as well and show you how I do that, which is pretty nerdy, and then I'll concentrate on the edging of these last, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frets. It's nearly a third of the whole lot, but let's just check this. tiny bit of extra here. Lovely. Ting. Okay. Well, I've got my box of tools mostly packed. Well, my box of templates and timber and everything that I'm taking down to rods tomorrow. I've got it mostly packed up, so I won't have to do too much tonight. And the good thing about that, because it's obviously a wood workshop, it's a proper professional joinery workshop, if I get down there and realise I haven't got a template made, then I can usually, if I take a bit of spare ply with me, I can usually do that down there. But it's nice to have got all those things thought through and prepped up here. Okay, so you can see most of these, all of them are now cutting to the correct size. Little bits of Evo gold everywhere. So the next thing I want to do is I want to do the underside thing. Now that requires a fret, a radius block, which I'll get down and show you. Can't remember which one it is now. Okay, none of those. Must be the last one. Yep, there it is. Okay, so I've kind of made this thing up, and what I do is I put the fret into this little slot here and hit it with the hand file. This one, three-sided file. So just as a kind of illustration, I don't know how well you'll see it, but so I take each of these, push it up into the slot till it's proud of the wood, and then just do that. And that is a very extreme fiddly bit of something or other, but it definitely gets rid of any possible stuff getting in the way. So I do that for all of these, and then I will concentrate on getting those last few just right. So as I'm going down here, there's no reason why not to also double check the lengths of these, and if I can clip off any more. I don't think I can, because I think it's pretty accurate most of the way. Yeah, so I'm just, I get a second chance to eyeball everything as we go down and make sure, double quality assurance check if you like, and then it will be on to filing these to length exactly. And the bottom line is, providing I can get them beveled to the right sort of angle, then it might be that I can just press them in and not worry about them. Now when I say press them in, I'm going to be doing this as a tapped in set of frets with using the, I'm going to use my wooden blocks to do this, because on Les Paul necks I just feel better doing that. In some cases in the olden days I used to set up a bit of a supported thing and find ways to clamp them, but actually going once you're not, if it's not a bolt on that can go all the way through the fret press, then I don't feel comfortable with that method. I will use that method when I'm doing a semi-hollow body vintage guitar or a jumbo acoustic or something like that, where there's not enough strength for clamping or even tapping particularly hard. Make sure the frets are all the way in. So if that's the case, I'll build a sort of frame that takes the load of the clamping, the clamp, if necessary. Okay, so this one that's about right. Okay. I was going to switch the camera off, but hellfire, when did I ever do that? There's even a bit on the tang where the nipper takes it off that it twists it a little bit, so it's either a good or a bad thing. If you look at it one way, you see it as an extra bit of grip. If you see it another way, you could see it as something that might be resisting your fret going all the way in. I've tweaked it with pliers back to straight. I've done this, that and the other with it, and it hasn't really made that much difference. So now at this point the question is, what do we use? Do we use wood glue or do we use super glue? I've done a lot of refretting using super glue. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with it. A lot of people use it for fretting. Some purists will probably tell you that you shouldn't be using glue at all, possibly. I don't know, I'm making that bit up, but I'm sure lots of people can fret without using glue, and it'd be a much nicer world if you could. I have a feeling about this one that this will be good for wood glue. Funny enough, one of the reasons I used to use wood glue, but I wasn't 100% confident often in how well the frets had seated and so on, so I used to do a series and then I used to clamp them until the wood glue dried, and it used to make the whole process of fretting end up spreading over 2 days or something, and it just felt like too much, too long-winded. So I then switched to super glue, which actually meant that I could get a whole set of frets in and be in a good position to bevel the edges back the same day, within an hour or two. I felt I would be comfortable doing that, and I never had any problems. The only problem with super glue is that, now I've forgotten which I've done and haven't done. The problems with super glue is that it creates a sort of crunchy, it can create a crunchy mess inside the slot, and it will usually make refretting that same guitar a little bit harder in future, because you've got more kind of stuff to clean out of the fret slots. And super glue, as you know, goes very crunchy, and so that what you have to clear out is this sort of crunchy stuff. And it also has a tendency to it's much more likely to pull up and tear out the fingerboard material as you're pulling the old frets. So for many reasons, super glue is probably best not used, but then there are times when it'll hold the end of a fret down kind of where nothing else will. But even then, if you think about it, if you're at a place where you're having to use glue to hold the end of a fret down, something's not gone right. In an ideal world, these frets should go in smoothly and with a bit of wood glue stay there for as long as you want them to. So I'm going to aim for that with this, and I'm going to aim to do it more and more, because the other thing about wood glue is that it cleans up as you're going along far better. Super glue means you pretty much end up having to scrape the surface of the fingerboard later on, between the frets, and it never looks quite as good as unscraped fret material. Right, so as we get here, you can see we're on to the next challenge, which is, can we hand bevel this to an acceptable level? So first of all, I'm just going to 60 grit sandpaper, and I've got myself probably a 45 degree. It's probably the easiest to do physically. 45 degree bevel by hand, so that means we don't have to get the tool in there to do that, which is very good. Now the thing we aim for now is, if that's where the bevel stops, we want to get it back in here, and we don't want this to stick out. God, it's playing games right, there it is, and we can still see it's a little bit proud. So we've got, it's difficult to know exactly where the beveling block will stop on these, and so to match up this we don't know either, but we'll aim for putting a bevel on either end and end up with a fret that is long enough overall to just reach the edges of both the wood and the plastic, which that appears to be precisely. Okay, and you hardly feel anything coming up either side, so we'll go with that for the actual length. And we'll do the same here. Now once we've got them all beveled to as close as we can to the same length, then what we can do is we can give them a much finer edge sand over a couple of grits, and get it down to a nicer finish. This will tear up this paper on this block quite quickly, so I'll need to use some more in a minute. But you have quite an accurate, careful finishing tool there, you know, because you can control where it goes to. So these are pretty much exactly the same length. The where to hold it thing is just practice, really. It's not very accurate. I'm just getting an approximate angle, but it will do. Short of making some sort of jig and doing it with a standing drum or something. Okay, right to the edge, right to the edge. So they're pretty accurately cut to begin with, and we should be pretty much right on the mark. So you could do all of these if you could just be sure to get them all exactly to the outside of the white plastic. You'd probably get something that looks pretty good. And just looking at this right now, those three do look kind of good. But it's kind of long-winded too, right? Where are we? We're on this one. So this is getting the inaccessible area taken care of. And the beauty of doing this is that you don't feel forced to try and get a file of any kind up into, I'll hit my finger on something. You don't feel obliged to try and get a file up here and do some damage to the paintwork, which is it'd be all too easy to do in pursuit of a beveled edge to that fret. Okay, let's bring that into there. Come on. Okay, just about right. These will all be things learned the hard way, I can tell you that much. I mean, you know, crashed into bits of paintwork trying to use an end beveling file and so on. You don't want that. You can use a file to do this with, a big file, and scrape it down a file. I've found over time sandpaper feels easier to manage, but it will kill it off before too long. Ow. Thank you. So you see I'm doing one end and then lining up, checking the other end and coming back for another go if I need to, which I do on this one. In fact, I need to slightly clip back the overhang on this one, otherwise we'll just be filing away for longer than we need. Let's just double check that. Yes, spot on. Guesswork, but good guesswork. close, very, very close. Good, good. I did a funny thing the other day. I decided to watch Dunkirk, the much vaunted Dunkirk film, and so I kind of clambered into bed, got my headphones on with my P20 phone, nice little screen, got onto Netflix, and very critical film watcher. I can't stand modern film for a number of reasons, but mostly because the script is terrible, the stories are terrible, and mostly the action is formulaic and terrible. And I didn't really expect anything else from Dunkirk, if I'm honest, but I think, like many people, I find the subject matter very compelling, so being a history buff, I decided to watch it, and it was just unbelievably bad. It's hard to describe how bad it was, but it's also very hard to fathom how you could take something which was of such an importance and such a scale as it was, and somehow make so bad a film out of it, considering the subject. But they managed it, so I got 3/4 of the way through it and just gave up. And then I went, as I always do, I went to look at the reviews, because it's a typical movie that has all the, commercial reviewers giving it all the hyperbole and all the 10 out of 10s and all that malarkey, and if you listen to them, you'd think it was the best thing on earth, and then you get back to reality and it's just diabolically poor. Anyway, it was incredible. But I saw so many people who wrote, I'm only giving this I've never done a IMDb, International Movie Database, review before, and I've signed up purely to be able to give this 1 star and tell you how bad it is. So I felt like doing the same, but it had all been said. But it was just hopeless. I mean, really hopeless, which is such a shame. It didn't even capture the scale. They had some shots of the beach, presumably at Dunkirk, which I don't know if they didn't bother with any CGI, but it looked like, if anything, I don't know, but it looked more like Dunkirk in the 70s than it would have done in the 40s. I have no idea how they put that together. But let's put it another way, it looked completely unlike anywhere in the 1940s. And you kind of know that if you've watched enough documentary Second World War newsreels and seen enough photographs. Still, anyway. And then I missed, according to the critics, spoiler alert, I missed one of the penultimate scenes, or the crescendo, the climax of the film, where apparently a Spitfire pilot sort of glides his Spitfire forever with no fuel, defying gravity so long that he can shoot down an enemy plane whilst gliding along with no fuel and landing on the beach or something. Anyway, that's what the reviews told me. I'm just kind of glad I didn't watch it. Okay, so I'm just going back up to this one, and I'll leave the rest. I mean, you could do the rest by hand. I'll see what the kind of line looks like, because if it's possible to get them to look good, but the thing about the beveling block is its purpose is to get it right to a flush edge, and it's impossible to do that with by hand. You've always got to be ever so slightly under the width, otherwise you'll get sharp bits. So you're constantly aiming to go under, and it has to be done by feel, but you won't really know until you finally glued them in place where they end up seating. So if you got them just about the right length, but then you put 1/10 of a millimetre wrong direction, then you've got a sharp problem. So difficult to do. So I think what I'll do is I'll stick with my plan of doing this many by hand to keep the brutal edge beveling tools away from the delicate top end, and then I will edge bevel the rest as normal. But they're pretty closely cut anyway, so that will be a relatively quick job. And that's another piece of advice, by the way, if you're going to use those edge beveling tools. One of the things that if you're going to have problems with fretting, one of the biggest problems you'll have, I'll demonstrate it, well, I'll simulate it. One of the biggest problems you'll have is using the edge beveling tool. That thing is remarkably destructive, as I found out. So for example, imagine you lay a beautiful set of frets like this, and you're feeling good and they've gone in perfectly, and you're actually starting to think this could be, you've maybe done a quick test with a fret rocker, and you're saying to yourself, do you know, this actually could be the first 1 in 20 or one of the 1 in 20s that is perfect from the moment of just pressing them in. I don't have to do any fret leveling or anything, and you could be in that position. However, then you go and, having stuck them in, glued them in and pressed them, you then go and do your edge beveling, which is about taking them all flush to the edge and then doing them with a bevel about 35 degrees or something. And it's great, it's all going wonderfully, and then because you're pressing sideways and downwards, so the force is going like that diagonally, you get at the angle slightly wrong, or you get tired and your hand relaxes for a minute and this skips up over the top of all the frets and goes skittering down there, and it rips the living shreds out of that. It's horrible, but it's common as anything. Now what I'm going to do here, by the way, is I'm just going to go over this one more time and give everything a bit of extra length reduction, if that isn't a contradiction in terms. Yeah, so it's incredibly easy to destroy, well, not destroy it. What you do is you force yourself then to have to level much more, and if you, I've done it on refrets or fretting jobs where, had I not done that stupid mistake, I would have got away with a perfect refret that didn't require any fret leveling, which is very satisfying and rare. Let me just think about this. Does that help? Maybe that's what we need on this as well, is take the knife edge off there, because there is quite a burr. Anyway, so you really don't want to be doing that, I can promise you, because I've done it more than enough times. And that tends to happen because the process of edge beveling takes a lot of force, a surprising amount of force, because you're actually removing quite a lot of material off quite a lot of frets, and so it follows that the more material you've got sticking out, the more tired you're going to be trying to remove it, and the more tired you're going to be, the more likely you are to make a mistake and ruin the tops of your beautifully laid frets. So one more of the ways of preparing yourself is to cut these as short before you go anywhere near, as short as possible and as accurately as possible, rather like I'm doing here for this end patch, but have all of them cut as short as possible to minimise the amount of material you're going to have to take off that off the edges and minimise the amount of energy, tiredness in your hand, and so on. So you give yourself a much better chance of not having that skipping thing, and this is a very tiring thing. Another piece of advice is, because you're going downwards and sideways, you're going to be putting a lot of force into the palm of your hand, or relative tiring force. You need some rubber on there to otherwise this thing will stick into your hand and hurt like crazy. So little tips to make it bearable. So you can see I'm taking lots of time to get these upper frets ready to go, so that technically you should be able to just plug and play. I don't think I've ever done this bit before, the kind of rounding off the edge. Just a little addition, just to do anything I can to mean I can just press these in and not worry about them catching on Chris's fingers or anyone else's that might play the guitar. Now you could also sort of polish these out at this stage as well, if you want to, because it'll be a little difficult to get right up there, but it's easier to get up there with some sandpaper, providing this is blocked off, made safe. Okay. Right, so there's the last of my, coming up now on the last of my high frets. Now, for those of you who kind of think about things like this and know that the Les Paul has a sort of inherent problem in the neck structure because it's stiff and thick there and flexible there, you might be thinking at this stage, is there anything you can do here prior to, at this point, to counter that that problem, for which many techs and luthiers put in sand in sort of thing called fall away. Now my experience is I might go a bit further with these three, just so I don't have to work so hard near the neck. So the answer to that is no, you can't account for it right now. But the method I use for fret leveling does, so that I don't have to worry about it at all, which is good. The banana method will gently scoop out that congested spot, and it will do it in a way that clears just enough room so the humped area here doesn't interfere with play, which is really good. And so it's why I never have to use fall away, ever. Now the thing about the method I use, I don't call it my method because it isn't. I learned it from using a commercially available tool, but I just improvised a version of it for my own purposes. The reason I was going to say, what was I going to say? I've forgotten now. There you are. I was having a second conversation in my head. I won't even do that thing of trying to find what I was saying and finish it off, because I'm just going to make it up. I call it the banana method, in homage to the katana, which is what I learned it from. Anyway. But I think it's a very elegant and good method for preserving fret metal. Now of course with a big jumbo fret thing like this, the onus is not so, or the pressure is not so great to preserve fret metal. You could technically you know, get a big file on this and grind away until you've taken everything off you need. Now this, I'm just looking, this is ever so slightly too short, this one, so I'm going to just swap places with one that happens to be a tiny bit longer. Yeah, it's a very good method for accurate leveling, and also for saving fret metal, reducing how much you have to get rid of to get the action you want. Now these seem like they don't want to sit in just for the purpose of staying where I put them. Very hard to manipulate something that's on its edge like that. Yeah, the thing about setting very low actions, and I'm learning this again and again over time, is that it can be its own worst enemy. Customers very often like very low action, and then I get sort of into grandstanding to myself, you know, how low can I make this one, and so on, and aim for the lowest thing possible, and then the guitar goes away back to the customer, and maybe the neck changes temperature or something, or the humidity is different, or the pressure is different or something, and then before you know it, the tiny bit of clearance left in, you know, available in the system, if you like, can disappear, and suddenly you've got buzz back again, which of course is disappointing. So I have to actually stop myself from going to extremes. As simple as that. Tempting though it is, from just a personal challenge point of view, I was tempted to see how far I can go with it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to mark on this neck where the hand finished ones are. Okay, and of course I can reach them here if I want to, providing this is protected off. But on this side, I don't want to be pushing the block much past there if I can help it. I certainly don't want to be slamming into there. Anyway, this is all getting a bit too over nerdy now. So you can see that I have, let's put everything on the safe side, you can see that I have all the frets cut where I want them. No worries or risk of them getting out of order, in the wrong order, because I can get me a pile of very expensive Gorilla Tape, and until I'm ready to press them in, which won't be long, but I can now take them all off like that. Mostly off, unless they stick in the slot, and then in which case they struggle a bit, like that. Get in, get in, get in, get in. Alright, we'll do it this way. And then we'll hang it up on the board out of the way, and I'll know which they are. Okay, so there's my set of, what's it? Evo Gold. Just make sure everything's stuck to it. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is to get the nut in here, fitted in here at this point in time. So I'm just going to go back to it, just going to take off any edges of the nut, just check make sure the bottom surface is perfectly flat, and we know we're going to fit it into a very tight space. So the important thing about this is to get it in such ways that it sits in. Now each time I take this in and out, it's kind of trying to break off this paint, but I can get it in mostly without doubt. There's a little couple of tiny flakes that have come off, but that is currently sitting in the right sort of place. With this, it never, because it's quite precise, it's a Gibson scale, it sometimes ends up with a very slight bit of tiny inset on this end or one end. It depends where you want the bias. If I kind of level it out, it drags the treble string a bit more that way. Actually looking at it, it isn't bad. So we pretty much, it is actually perfectly sized, but I tend to want to, my tendency is to want to give the treble string a little bit extra room, which means they get a little bit of underhang here. Okay, so I am happy with the size of that, and here's the bit now where I commit to sticking it in place. And this is sort of dodgy in a way, because once you've placed it down, that's your lot. It's going to stay there, and any attempt to get this off will result in, you know, some of that paint coming off. So I'm trying to use as little as is necessary just to get it to stay. He said, putting what turned out to be quite a big blob on there. So, and then we have to have sort of confidence to get it in, slide it in, as they say, under the existing paint, press it right down, squeeze it into position, and then it's going to stick, and that's your lot. Okay, so now we're going to put on tall frets, and what we'll find is when we string the guitar, it's done so that the string will sit on top of the fret itself, and then we make it stand up by we increase the action to where we want it by winding up the grub screws here. So we don't need to do that just yet. So that's good, perfectly in place. So for this, the next stage would be refretting. Are we going to refret? Yeah, we might as well. I mean, we could leave it for the moment, do the electrics. Why would I do that? If we do the fretting first, then we can leave that over and do the... Yeah, it's probably the way to do it. So what I'm going to do for fretting is I'm going to get my wooden blocks, and I want a 12-inch radius block. Now these are incredibly simple, these things, but they're remarkably useful because they let me, I can use rubber hammer if I want to keep it quiet, or I can use the metal or plastic one, but we can put some glue in there and tap it, and away we go. Now, to help things along, I've got my eco shed. I'm using rainwater from the butt. What we really want is a wet cloth for this. And it doesn't have to be particularly clean. It's just got to be readily available to wipe away glue. And then we're going to tap it in all the way, supporting it all the way up to about here. And then from that point onwards, we'll put the guitar flat. So it's going to take a sort of, force is going to go into there. So just before I do it, I'm going to go through one more time with Thomas up in his room, shouting at his imaginary online friends. I'm going to scrape the slots one more time, just to make sure, right up to the edge. In a way, you can never be too sure about this, or never do too much, because getting it all clean is going to give you the best of all possible frettings. Okay, so right, so what I'll do is I'll tap these in, clean it all off. Oh, what I'll do, by the way, is I must remember there is definitely something was in the bottom of that slot, but I think we've got enough room to get the fret in without any problem. So I'm just trying to get right up to the binding on this side clear. What I will do is I will adjust the I don't know where it's gone now. I'm going to adjust this back, take the relief off here, so go counterclockwise. Clumsy. Time for a break, yes. Okay, so we'll take... What am I doing? I am doing this right way. Slack off. Slack off, buddy. Okay. That's pretty good. It doesn't have to be completely, precisely flat, but it has to... We don't want it with those slots like that. We want them in there, pretty much in their normal position. Right. I can see, where's the bit with the stuff in it? Not there. Not there. Not that one. Not that one. That one. It's like glue. You can see it. I wonder what it was. It's hard. It's harder than I would say wood glue would be, so who knows. Right, turns it around, use the fatter end. Okay. So, yeah, like I say, one last clean out and then we're good to go. If you've got a tinned air, canned air, then give it a blowout with that. But it's pretty. This is a pretty good, efficient way of doing it still. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fret this with using the blocks as mentioned, and then I'm going to stop this one for tonight, and I'm going to get on to tweaking a guitar ready for sending away tomorrow, and then I'm going to what am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to pack my bag ready for my routing adventure. Whoops. Okay, here we have our little fretting glue pot, which allows me to keep some glue in there and reuse it. Okay, another blade of sorts. Okay, we want our wet cloth handy, and we want some tissue paper kind of standing around as well. Wet cloth, damp cloth, and actually probably some bits of paper, small bits. Never tears the way you want it to, this stuff, but it'll do. Okay, a bit of paper to wipe up any further spills. Right, so how do we do it? Well, we get our hammer or two. Now, you could get there's another way of doing this. You can get the 12-inch coil. No, it's not coil, it's the insert, the brass insert thing, and you could use that. Or you can use this block, and I don't know why, but I find the block better, and I'll show you why in a minute. Just make sure this is cleaned out. It's just sticking up a bit there. Right. So I'll show you why the block is better. The reason the block is better is because you're going and you're making sure the whole of the fret presses against here. If you go with a coil, the insert, which is one single piece, there is a risk that when you hit it, you can, I can't even go on out. When you hit it, you might hit it there, in which case you get a good contact in the middle, but maybe you hit it slightly off one side, in which case you didn't hit it much on that side. The thing about using the shorter block, which I cut and shaped to 12-inch, and actually it doesn't even, it's so tiny because of the width of it, that could be a flat square piece of wood. It doesn't really matter. What we're doing is we're using it to tap the fret to this existing radius. Okay, so what we do is have our wet cloth standing by, we get our fret ready, and then we go with the glue, and we just get the glue and we allow it to go in the slot, and it actually is quite generous. We don't have to worry about how much. We'll let the excess squirt out and we'll clean it up. Okay, so like so, and then we get our fret, and we, actually it's not very easy with that on there, place it as close to the centre as we want, as we can, and then basically we get our 12-inch radius and we go, so let's use this one, a bit more heft, and we go like that. It sounds noisy because the tuner's rattling, but don't worry about it. There you go. We've got two or three hits. Move this to here. Wipe this out of the way with paper to begin with. Drop the paper on the floor for the time being, and then we're just going in here, clean up with the wet cloth, and then, as always, we check it to make sure that is seated nicely, which I don't see any problem with that. Like I say, we can't really do anything to stop the tuners rattle apart from take them off. Okay, so that's one done. We don't need to clamp or anything. The process of tapping it made sure it goes into the thing. With a neck like this, you're always going to have to be supporting it, so it never feels quite as solid as if you're tapping something that's lying flat on the ground. So the bolt-on neck, if you're tapping with a bolt-on neck, in which case I would probably, if I had a bolt-on neck here, I'd probably be going through the press. But if you're tapping like this, you're going to be, it's going to make the guitar kind of resonate and vibrate. So it feels a bit, not shaky, but a bit rattly. But you're they've got things here can vibrate, but you're hitting this point here, so it's not a problem. Okay, move it to here. I use my fingers to sort of line up the middle point so I get it as close to central as possible for the first bit, and then support it, and then the tapping. Yeah, pick this up. Well, you can use this one, plastic. Again, it's very direct and simple. I know a lot of people fret guitars by using this kind of hammer to just tap the frets in. For some reason I don't like doing that. In the past I've dented, and it could be just technique, but I've dented or deformed the fret slightly by hitting it with either of these two. So I use these to hit something else these days. Okay, so the second one goes in, and you just kind of look at it down here. If you want the nut out of the way when you're doing this sort of thing, all you have to do at this point is screw it in and it should come out, and we'll put it up on there safely out of the way. So now I can look down here a bit better. That's looking fine. So you can see how clean that is and how nice it is to clean up straight afterwards with wet cloth, which is, you just wouldn't be able to do that with the super glue. It would be a much messier affair, but you have the additional strength of grip. Okay, so, and on we go. Now I'm going to carry on off camera for this, because it's not really going to show you anything new than you've just seen down the whole length of the neck. Yeah, the thing that I learned about this was I used to kind of, I suppose before I learned a bit more, I suppose that I did less hard work preparing the surface, because I didn't know that's the best thing to do. So I'd do less pre-prep on the frets and the surface, and then I would kind of, oh, come on, get in. I would use the radius block to clamp down and hold a set, and I'd kind of, the reason I did that is I was relying on the clamping to hold the frets where they should be, and since then I've kind of basically learned that if I can't get the frets where they should be, just like this, really three hits. Okay, if I can't get it in the right place now, then there's no point squeezing down under elastic pressure with a radius block for 12 hours, because even at best, even if I got it where I needed it, think that it might just be holding in place because of a bit of glue. You know, you want this to match the surface properly with 3 hits like that, and if it's not, then you've got something wrong with the slot or the fret, and that looks absolutely fine to me. You know, I can't see, let me just double check on this one, but I can't really see. If you feel that it's not gone right in one place, then you just go back to it and tap it again, you know. But the degree of precision should be good enough here that you only need a little bit of fret leveling at the end. But you know, I've got a feeling this will go on really well and not need that at all. Okay, going to go off camera. Thanks for watching, and oh, there's a little bit of rough spot there. I don't want to leave that in place when I come to fret onto that. So just take care of that and take out anything that dust that created. Alright, so I'll see you when this is done, and we'll get back tomorrow sometime into the fretting beveling process, which I'm not going to ruin the new frets with careless beveling use. Anyway, thanks for watching, see you later. Hello there, it's the next day, and we're back ready to do the fret edging. Now this is slightly difficult with the Les Paul. We can rest it on there, and we're not pressing down much at all, so we can put it on there and use the headstock, or just rest it on the towel. So we've got a sort of thing in our head that says don't go past here. We don't need to go past here. We can take care of these tiny sharp edges separately. We'll do that with a little end file, but from this point onwards, our job is to use this thing to get the frets beveled flush and then over at the right angle. So first thing to do is we're going to go vertical and very lightly to begin with. Oh, the other thing I'm going to do is, just in case, I will put a little bit of tape. Where am I going to put it? A little bit of tape here and here on the headstock, just in case of any chance we run off. Unlikely I'm going to, but we don't want to bash into anything, so we can always take that off. Right. So to begin with, it's very difficult. It's not smooth because they're all at different heights, so we have to be very light touch to start with. You can increase the pressure a little bit as you start to level them a bit. Then you can see how at some point it starts to, you start to be able to move it backwards and forwards once you've taken off all the sort of uneven rough ends, and then it starts to be easier to work. Stay where you're supposed to be. Can I make this thing stay? Turn this on there, tighten that up there, kind of. Yeah. See all the little gold dust coming off there. So like I said earlier on, or yesterday, the key thing about this is to not get tired and over push and end up this skipping down. It's such a horrible feeling when this sharp edge goes down those frets. So one way of doing it, if you have this clamped at one end, which I don't because all my clamps are tied up at the moment doing jobs, but if you were clamped and headstock supported, you could use both hands to keep this thing down. Whatever else happens, we don't want this to flip up like that. So I don't have, frankly, enough clamp, so I'm going to be very careful. So the first thing to know is when you've reached the binding, like I said, it will take a little bit of this colour off, but it comes with the top here being cream and the rest being amber anyway. So we've leveled in to the point where, beveled in to the point where there's nothing else sticking out. So now we're going to bring it over. Now this is where the risk is. As we come over for the bevel, for the angle, this is where it has the risk of skipping over more than anything else. So this is where ideally either clamp it down and use two hands, just have this one to guide, but you have to be thinking of the downward diagonal angle coming at it from this. So it needs a component of across and down, but more down than across in a way. That will keep it anchored. So, now I'm trying to keep this as light as possible. And if you lighter with the pressure, then obviously it'll take more swipes than if you are heavier on the hand, on the pressure, downward pressure. But obviously we don't want to run the risk of skipping over and damaging it. Pretty much done on that side. That's the benefit of, like I said before, of getting as much of the getting the frets as short as possible prior to fixing them in. Then you don't have to do as much of that beveling, which is, no doubt about it, a slightly dangerous undertaking. So here I don't really have much room, so let's see if I can create a bit more space, and then probably I can use this to secure me. So I'll use the one clamp I've got to stop the guitar moving, body moving. So there you go, that'll be my rest. So here we go again, very light to begin with. Here we're going to go as far as this with this tool. We can't literally go any further. Even if we pulled it up sideways, we could probably just ride up over there a bit, but it's so close that if we didn't have this on, we'd be cutting the top. So I'm going to stop at that point. So first of all, we'll just focus on getting the extra long bits tamed. Normally move that much, but it's because I'm short of clamps, as you know. So lovely gold dust. Okay, so we get the vertical length trimmed, and when you got there you find that very little extra shavings will come off. Pretty close, and then we'll now lean it over. Think about beveling the edges as well. If you know that you've got a nut or a bridge spacing, whichever, both of them, that puts the strings quite wide to the outside, you might want to control the amount of bevel you put, because the more bevel you have, the greater the angle, or the slopier the angle, the less playing surface you've got. So it might be that you stick to quite a small angle and a tall angle, tall frets, tall bevel. And that there's no settings, so that's kind of a do it by eye sort of thing. Close, nearly done, I think. Yep, that's all good, just in short of the fingerboard. So now the only next thing is to soften up these end bits, because they're still sharp in each of these little corners. I'll just go over it once more, make sure. That's a difficult one just before the stop point, because you don't want to hit into the body of the guitar, and same here, you don't want to hit into the headstock. So you have trying to get some force into that, but not taking the full run at it, if you get what I mean. Right, last bit on here. Feels about right to me. Okay, so coming back, what we have is the refretted guitar. Now we have frets up here that look a little bit, one or two of these are a little bit long, and they're sticking out because there's nothing else they can do, and we can't get into them very easily with a file without either hitting here or potentially scuffing up this very amber fingerboard. So we can resort to a sort of gentler device, which might take quite some time to achieve the same edge beveling thing, but it's a good time to do it now if it needs doing. Again, it's a bit of a case of hold on to it. Can't really put it down to do this sort of thing. Okay. Now, realistically, you won't get your thumb in there anyway, so that's not that's not that important. But we want it to look good. These all have a sort of uniform cut about them, and these look not only a little less uniform, but it makes them look like they got various different gauges of gap underneath them. Another way of doing it, just small handmade tools really. A little thing like this. It's the same kind of thing, but a little bit more, a bit tougher grit. And again, we're safe because we've got the Gorilla Tape preventing any runoffs onto the body, so we can press quite firmly here with this 60 odd grit just to get these edges done. That's not bad actually. And this one looks pretty good too. And I can just, probably easier to do it this way. That one's actually ripping the paper there, so little skips like that aren't a problem because we're going to polish the fret there anyway, but it's when it goes up and over with the beveling, edge beveling file, that it's a nightmare. Okay, so and then all of these are still sharp in the corners, so we need to start the process of, first of all, we've got a convex file here, and I'll just do the edges of each, which will soften those off, rounds them off really. I keep it low to the fret when I'm doing that. So that's first stage, just rounding off this front edge a little bit, and again when we polish them out we'll also get a chance to sand that a bit. But the other bit I want to do at this stage is just get a little file in here and take off these little sharp, very sharp corners. Now this is quite difficult, even though this file has got a soft edge. It still usually puts a little shines a line on the fret, on the wood, because it's running over the wood and it makes it polished, if you like. So it's kind of hard to get into that corner without sometimes leaving that little trace of the file's passage. So this just, it's a shame really, this sort of rounds the end of the fret off, whereas if you don't do this you can have a better looking fret end, but it's got that, retains the sharp corners, which I think can feel not very good to the touch. So this would be the kind of first main stages, and then once we've done any necessary fret leveling, the rest of the process becomes softening the edges or the ends of these frets. So I make sure that I get them, hit them with the sandpaper as I'm doing the rest of it. Spend some time on the very edges. Okay, so that's now kind of nearly playable with a bit of 600 grit softening down the end. Obviously we've got to do the other side as well. Let's get rid of this now. Okay, so we go over everything again. You can see this sometimes hits the tape, which is why it's on there. It's very difficult to use any files without hitting the bodywork. off, and then, oops, there's a shiny bit. If you use the sharp edge of this one, you can get a little bit tighter into the corner, but you're much more likely to leave a mark as well. It tends to cut into the binding a little bit, whereas the safe edge gives you more leeway before it cuts. So even doing this, amazingly, doesn't take away all the sharpness. It still needs that extra work with the sandpaper. Now here we run out of manoeuvring room, frankly, so we have to do the best we can. Okay, so the refret. Ooh, big frets, baby. Okay, so then, like I say, the next thing will be to get sandpaper on them. Okay. Right. Now, there's a couple of options here at this point. I'm going to stop in a minute and get some food anyway, but one of the options you got here is you can either do an overall level here now if you're feeling in the mood. So I could get a radius block. But remember the point I made earlier on, or yesterday, that a radius block here may be physically slightly different to what these frets are sitting against, whatever the radius that actually exists on the fretboard is. And so if there were a discrepancy, and there almost always is, the radius block will take it out of the frets. So if the radius block was dead on 12, but the neck was slightly flatter, like 14 or 12.5 or 13, this thing here will basically cut the correct curve onto the flatter frets, which means it will take material off the edges more than anything until it makes them all the exact 12 again. So the point is, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, no player really cares whether it's 12 or 12.5. What you want is them to be level. So I'm not going to do a radius block level unless, for example, I found them to be, if I found the frets were so massively out of even, and even where I can hear a little bit of rocking, they're not humongously uneven. But if I found them to be hugely uneven, then you might say, okay, I've got to take a radius block to that. But I would prefer to leave the truss rod leveling tool do that. I mean, you can check it again with your. You can check it with the nearest thing you've got, and you say, well, okay, how is it sitting? Is this really? Sorry about this. I haven't moved my magic on. But if you look at this, and you could say, is that absolutely spot on 12 and hard to see? But I would say the frets on here, if I look at it with bright light behind it, which I can't quite get, but I would say the frets are slightly more than 12. Sorry, less in terms. So this is more rounded than 12. So this is probably like a 10 or 11 in real life, although it claims to be a 10-inch. Sorry, a 12-inch radius. It's not that much, but it is a tiny bit different. So, if you put a radius block, the point being is you'll lose some prep metal, and I think we can take it out of the frets using the truss rod leveling tool, which is a lot gentler. Okay, so the thing is, we've got electronics to do, but I think the next stage will be to put strings back on here and put the nut back on and do the fret leveling as the next stage in this process, because then we can take care of the frets and the polish out, and once we've done the leveling, then we're good to go with the electronics. Sorry, you're staring right at me. Oh, awful for you. So put the nut in where it belongs. Nice fit, that one. I'm not going to clean up or anything, I'm just going to pick up the strings from yesterday, and if we can, if they don't break, we'll hand the bridge, please. We'll get everything on. Yeah, I suppose we've got to put the new bridge on while we're at it. So this is the setup part. We've got the frets, new frets on. Now we've got to make the three components work together: the neck relief, the nut, first fret action at the nut, and the last fret action at the bridge. Okay, so I'm going to put this on this way around. Give myself room to turn those intonation screws. Now I'm going to have to fiddle a bit to get these strings untangled, to get them out to use them again. Sometimes it makes sense off camera to straighten them out a little bit with pliers, and save me having to do this and you having to sit through it, but I didn't, so still tangled. Holy cow. This is the downside of reusing sacrificial strings, is you just, oh my god, can you get them untangled? Just about. Right. So get them strung back up, and then I'm going to get some dinner, and we'll do the fret leveling probably after that. Oh, since that's my next step in the game, if you're, this one's for Chris really. Chris, since you put a new nut on, let me just check this sitting down flat. It might, for some reason, could be, what's going on here? I might have made life difficult for myself, and it might not be low enough. Oh no, it'll tighten up. There we are, we're there, we're good. I thought I'd got it right. Yeah, so when you're putting on this, restringing this, if you do it to one side, this is quite tight, but if it wasn't, there's a chance by stringing this one up first it could flip the nut out. So typically with an adjustable nut, because this part always comes out, it's good to put on your middle strings first. In this case it's okay because the it's a tight or snug fit, so it's not trying to pull out. It's just worth knowing, and it's meant to be loose, by the way. That's how it works, so it obviously goes up and down to set the action that we want. And the plan was to sand it all and get it all to fit, so that it sits, the strings start by sitting, when the nut is at its lowest, the strings should be just touching the first fret when under full tension, and that was what I was aiming for, and I think we got it. And then basically you just come upwards from there to your ideal first fret action. And some people might like it different than I would normally set it, so there is that option. But one of the key reasons is it gives you a chance, if you make adjustments to your gauge of strings or to your relief in your neck at a later date or whatever, if you change some aspect of your setup, then you can also change the height of the strings over the first fret to suit you. Okay, looking good. Now first thing I know is that the bridge is now down too low, so I'm going to wind that up to give us some action that we can work with, and we'll see where we go. This untangling should get easier as we get fewer strings. It's a busy day routing today. Only about 3 hours, but 3 hours non-stop is quite tiring from a concentration point of view, and working with unforgiving power tools, you can't afford to make a screw up in every sense, because it's just going to be too expensive and ruin the piece you've spent all your time working on. So this is slowing me down massively. I should have straightened these out. Damn it. Holy moly, come on, let's get out of here, please. That's all for saving a £5 on strings, but heck, it's worth it, isn't it? Also, a little thing is, if you're ever, see, that's not good, strings break. If you ever find yourself putting back on a set of strings that have already been on, be sure, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, be sure to make sure that as you're winding them on, the old bit, bend it up in the air, because it tends to want to bend downwards until it contacts the headstock. And if it does that, it will spin round. It'll always, for some reason, spin round and chew up the finish on the headstock. It'll score a little line in the circle. Really annoying the way it wants to do that. Very unkind. Anyway, so to avoid it, before you start turning the winder, make sure you've pushed the spare bit, keep it pushed up in the air so it can't do that to you, even if it means you have to keep bending it up. God, this one's trying to do exactly that. Holy moly, get under there, would you? All I can say is it's annoying working with old strings, but thankfully these weren't tied in a knot like some people insist on doing, and that's a pretty horrible way of attaching strings. It makes it impossible, near on impossible, for people like me to get the strings off without almost inevitably getting the end stuck in my finger, which is an aspect of it that I really could do without. And then I have to wait until I stop bleeding before I can carry on working on your guitar. Okay, so once we get these strings on and all the strings on their saddles, now we're into the let's get this action the way we want it. So we'll do the things in the normal order, which is let's put it under tension, bring it up to tune close as we can, and then we will check the relief, and then we will check the first fret action and the last. And I'll probably, let's have a look, let's get a note first, see where we go. Make sure we can get it to tune without all the strings breaking under tension. I'm just about touching the first fret, which is cool. Let's just get it a bit stretched. Okay, the action is too high now as it comes up in tension, so let's take it down. Right, if it doesn't play like that, you can just broadly start out with some height on your first fret. So you just turn the hex of the grub screws and bring that height up. We can tune it, fine tune it afterwards. So let's get that. If you're not sure about your nut height yet, just capo it off and check your last fret action and make sure you're somewhere near where you want to be. That's fine. So what I'll do now is I'll just, so what I'm doing, you can probably see, I'm sort of doing things in random sort of chunks, getting things roughly into place, and then going to sort of settle on the fine-tuning bit in a minute. So I want closer and closer to the right action. Okay, now let's just check under tension, what have we got in the way of relief? Okay, we've got tons too much relief. So first thing I'm going to do now is bring, because I've got the correct, oh, I've covered up the hole. I'm going to, I've really covered it up, that's made things hard. I get the because the tension, the string tension is correct, I'm going to want to get the relief right first, and then once that's right, I'll adjust the other two. The nut, or the first fret relief, first fret action, followed by the last fret action. So I'm going to put on a fair bit of counter force against the pull of the strings. Okay, that's down on the first fret, so we'll take that a little higher, just get it enough room to move. Okay, so again we'll check the relief, that's nice and low. We'll check the last fret action, and we've got, wow, 1 millimeter and 1.5, so it's probably the wrong way around. So we'll go down on the high E and slightly up on the low E. So we go 1.2, 1.2, probably a little bit up on here as well again. Now I've done this slightly, oh no, it's still over the top, isn't it? Yeah, as was strung before. Now take the tuning back. So at this point we have to make sure, or get a sense of what we've got. I wouldn't expect to have all notes clear. High fret there, one there, one there, one there. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, that's not too bad. We've got a little bit of high spots on the outside edge, and that's that weird thing where overhung frets, or under cutting away the tang, somehow just does a tiny little thing. It's why it would be, it's so much better for accuracy to run the fret all the way through to the other side. Because as soon as you undercut the tang from there to under there, this bit sort of curls up a bit at the end, and that's what's causing these little tiny little buzzes. But we've got to remember they're sort of below 1/10 of a fret sort of size, which is minuscule, so we'll take care of that with the famous banana method. So what I'm going to do before I take a break for food is I'm just going to go and mark up all my frets prior to doing the leveling. So like I say, I don't have any bad feeling about putting a whole new set of frets on and then finding I have to level them, because I think it really is a matter of luck. The amount of distance we're talking is so tiny that it's almost impossible to use brute force to hammer in a series of frets and get them microscopically to the sort of 50th of a millimetre perfect, or 20th of a millimetre, something like that. You just, it's a relatively crude process, full stop. So I don't get a bad feeling about not getting it perfect. I have to say I get about 1 in 25 perfect straight out of the hammer, straight off the hammer, if you like. Very rare. So definitely expect to be doing this more often than not. So, and I don't mind if I'm drawing on the don't mind if I'm drawing on the strings a little bit here, because they're going to be thrown away shortly. Can you hear the cows? We've got a bull in the field and he's got a bit of temper. Okay. Fret's all done. I'll just tune it up one more time before I go in. Sounding good. Right, pause, food, come back, do the leveling afterwards. Right, ready to level. Let's do it. Using the U-channel StewMac truss rod, which doesn't need much adjustment usually, because it doesn't start off flat, this one, so it likes a neck with a bit of relief in it, because it can't go flat basically. That's good. Now I'm going to come on, wrap this around here so that I can pull off the string and it won't hit the paintwork. Move the string out of the way, and here we are. Let's do it. So we'll see that very quickly. This will tell us where the high frets are. Okay. One there, one there, one there, one there, just at the end really. So let's have a listen or play back and see. Okay, nearly there, just a bit at the top end, which I will now concentrate on a little bit more. Ow. Okay. I don't think the rest of the strings won't need much. It's just these outside edges. Tiny bit there. This fret here. Apart from that, we're almost there. There you go, freed up. Now, we use the same setting on this next track, and I don't really expect to have to do too much on this track, but we'll do it a little bit anyway. Keep it in keeping with the rest of it. There you go. So, like I say, we won't need much on strings in between. It's just the edges, and I genuinely think it's a downside of the undercut tang thing. I don't really know any way around that. Can't think of a solution. I think I mentioned earlier I could sort of grab hold of the crown, the overhanging crown part, and bend it, but then you could, it's all random and probably create more problem than it's worth. So being prepared to level off those ends sometimes is probably a better outcome. Tiny bit up the top there. Okay, nice. So I think tomorrow will be electrics day, but it should be nothing unusually complex. It's two coil splits and two coil splits and a changed switch. And that's, you know, a bit of a faff changing a switch because the wires go through the body, and often you don't have enough room to start with to pull them. Sometimes you can pull the switch out and change it, but sometimes you have to unhook it. What am I doing? Unhook it from down there, otherwise you can't get the switch up and out. Good. Onto the A track. That's good. could hear Fat Face snuck away somewhere in here. So I expect, as I get down to the final E track, expect to have to work that a bit harder for the same reason as on the high E side of things. I just think it will be, that's all. Right, very good. Okay. And finally, there we go. Good, there you go, that is done. As straightforward as that. Some of the frets required some hard work because of that slightly upturned edge bit. I wonder, I don't think it's just the tool that I use, but you never know. If I were to buy another brand of that tool, you might find it doesn't have that problem, but who knows. Anyway, so what I'm going to do just now, before calling it quits for the day, is I'm going to re-crown all of these frets and clean them up and get them ready for polishing out. So it looks mucky right now, which is the way of things. Get rid of these strings now. Done their service. Okay, just remember these went over. I don't think there's any harm in that. This preference, personal preference thing. Don't think it causes any. I don't really think it changes much, but people insist that it feels like it changes the tension of strings for them. Again, it's like one of those subjects that I can't see the physical argument or the logical argument or evidence for why that would be the case. But that isn't to say there isn't anything. Yeah. Doesn't mean there isn't a solid argument, it's just I haven't seen it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is brush all the dust off and throw the bridge on the floor. Could have told me that was going to happen, come on. It was bleeding obvious. Right, then we're going to mark everything up again. I'm going to get the fret crowning file onto it and reshape any flattened frets. So the ones that have been hit hardest, these 3 or 4 particular ones, will need to be worked a little harder with this next tool. And it's a good tool, it's a good indicator, this tool, of how much you've actually taken off in your levelling. And sometimes you can be surprised at what you think is an absolute ton of metal taken off that you felt very nervous about can actually turn out to be far less than you think. So you see I'm pretty much whizzing through these, in a couple of spots on the edge. Like top end, that one. So what I'll do tomorrow after this, or I might do it off camera tonight, I might polish these out tonight and then they'll be ready to go. The polishing out process is a bit long and laborious, so it involves different grades of paper to sand it all the way from 600 grit right the way up to 12,000 using micro mesh paper, and in the process of doing that I want to pay a lot of attention to the fret ends as well, so that I can get them all nice and softened up so we have the smoothest possible finish. It's not bad right now, but we can make it a little bit smoother. The other thing, when you're using this, it's a good idea to have this, because it's often you can come off the end there. If you don't have protection in the form of something like Gorilla Tape there, then you could damage it. The problem is you have to pick your protective tape very carefully according to what finish you've got. If this was an old vintage nitrocellulose classic guitar, then there would be a very strong chance that this would lift the finish up. So I know this is modern polyurethane finish, so it's going to stick the whole together a lot better. But it's it's one of those things, you run the risk of damaging one thing if you protect it from another thing. Okay, so I can now take this off because I'm finished. Oh, actually no, I'll leave it on because I'm going to get some sandpaper up there. Again, it's slightly nerve-wracking because it's stuck to the finish, but it'll be fine. So what I'm going to do, just before I go off camera, is I'm going to lift off some of this muck, dust and pen, and get it cleaner before I get into the sandpaper cleanup stage. It just makes it easier, it makes the tape stick a bit better. So you can see some of the gum coming off. And then when I'm done polishing, it's in the plain condition, ready to go. Yeah. Right, there's also a little couple of cracking bits of cracked paint there, flaking paint where it's given up the ghost, so I will touch that up with black nitrocellulose. It's going to be gloss, unfortunately, because I don't have any anything that will look matte. I could probably sand it lightly. I'm pretty certain I don't have any matte black. So before we do anything there, just give myself a little protective strip because I don't want it going anywhere else. And I could probably do with just protecting off, sorry, not a very good angle, protecting off the back end of the nut here, if I can. In fact, what I might just do is I might just put a tiny bit of this on now and leave it dry till tomorrow. And that way I can just remove this tape. So I can either brush it on or I can put it on with a what do you call it, toothpick. So drops it on the top. Brilliant. Okay, well, let me just move something around here. So I've just dropped a bit on there, which I obviously don't want to get anywhere else. I need to get some light on here so I can see better. Here's the brightness. Okay. This is a very thick brush, really. It's not ideal, not perfectly ideal. So a way of doing this might be to put a blob of paint on. Oh, look, put it on that piece of tissue paper. It falls out of the lid, that's the problem. Start that again. Let us put a blob of black paint on here. There we are. Safe. Close this, get it out of the way. Right. Then we get the black paint lifted up with a more dependable little tool. We get it into that corner there, and we get it into this side here. That's the reason this happens this way is because they spray after the nut's been installed, and it basically rides up the side of the nut or up the back of the nut, which is a bit difficult if you take the nut out because it's made a sort of carpet that just sort of sits there, and it really doesn't want to be broken or doesn't want the nut to move, but you haven't really got any choice. So if you're going to do anything with a nut, you have to kind of be prepared for this to happen, unfortunately. Right, I have to blob it on to to make it thick enough to cover it up. But I think it's probably better that we park that now. Come back and do the whatchamacallit, sanding out tomorrow. And I think we should probably be able to just stand it up, park it on There you go, park it on the hook, the hanger. Right, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow with the prep polished, and then we'll do the electrics. Oh, hold on. Good afternoon. Right, we're on to the wiring. So I have to figure all this out as we go along, see how they've wired this up. But the first thing I want to do is see if we can get the three-way switch out and rewired without having to take the wires out at the tail end here. So we shall see just how much slack wire there is. Often it's not enough sometimes, so that wouldn't surprise me. So gently wiggling as much as we can pull. Actually, there is enough, so we'll hoik enough through to do the work. Okay, so we're going to replace that one with this one, different style. Which way round is this one? It's got no washer as well. How strange. Well, we can borrow that. So I'm presuming these two are going to be the output, and here we've got the inputs, and then we've got a ground if we need it, which we do on this because the ground comes up here and comes back to there. So basically we have to, the difficult bit, we have to figure out how this darn thing works. So it's funny. Okay, so this is an inexpensive box switch. Nothing wrong with it really, but we will unpick it. So this will be slow because I don't do anything quick in the electronics department, because half the time I'm having to figure it out anyway. Neighbours. Okay, so in this case we have top position there is neck pickup. Just trace this through. Yeah, neck pickup is red, blue is bridge, so we know that. So I'm just going to write that down because I often forget. Neck equals red, bridge equals blue, and the output is, in this case, grey. Output equals grey. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is remove this. So one thing I've just discovered about this guitar is where I've refretted it, it's made some dents in the back of the neck because of the padding having worn out on this stupid thing, so I've replaced it. But I'm going to have to do some, probably refinish here. I'll build up a kind of repair, because it's not bad, but I can't stand to have made something worse than it was. It's not something I could have predicted, but it's just reached that point where the padding's run out, unfortunately. So anyway, I'm going to, what I'll do is I'll build it up, and then with some poly, and then I'll sand it all back to a wire wool finish. Thank you. So, simple enough task to begin with, replacing the switch. Well, it is simple enough if you can get it the right way round. with these I never quite figure out which way is which. I suppose you can see it. Depends on which way around you turn it. What you don't really want is all of your, well, it's slightly different length of wiring here because they're all in the line here. This needs an extra so much for the output. So we'll go ground on this side. We've got output on the far side, and then we'll make sure that that is going to be bridge and that is going to be neck. Okay, we have a rather large lump of stuff to undo here. See if we can get enough heat into it to get it apart. This solder seems very, very heat resistant. Okay. So with this, we've got to get the ground is the short bit. These are okay, but we've got to get round the other side with the output, which is the grey bit. So those will work, but we need to extend this one, or we need to cut these all back. But since they're all joined, kind of probably makes sense to just extend it slightly, which means some sort of joint connector. Well, just add a little bit of wire is the what I'm looking for. What sort of wire shall we add? Let's have something that's not something quite what's the word? It's thin and flexible. So we'll go over the top down to here. There we are. Great. So let's just tin these. So not a very good view, and it's kind of low, slow and boring, but hey. Yeah, that thing with the little dents here, it's annoyed me because I hate doing that sort of thing, but if I end up doing something like that, then it has to be put right. So that's what will happen. Okay, grey is the output. We'll hook it up together. Let's take it short a bit. Actually, what we'll do, just to give it a chance, we'll put a blob of solder on this bit of excess. And then we'll hook those two up together. Then what we'll do is we'll cut a little bit of heat shrink stuff. Figure out where the plug is. Oh, it's already in. Look at that. Would you do it? Okay. So when that's cooled down, we'll put that in over there. Squeeze it tight. That's not so good. borrow, shall we borrow this one? Let's not borrow that one. Let's see if this fits on the inside. No. Okay, well let's just go with it as it is. Right, so I need now to find a way to hold this in place, which isn't there. So we've got to get this down into there. We go blue, we know is bridge, so it's down here. We'll come in from the outside, but let's do the ground first, the earth first. And for that, I'm going to want to load up the ground. Okay, this is also difficult because it doesn't take the heat too well. That's the problem here, because we don't get a very good run at this earth arrangement. I don't think we can get this wire into there. We can try, but I don't think it's going to want to comply. We can try. See how that doesn't even want to melt all the way through. It's incredible. See that? I can't even get it to certainly not go through the hole. Let's see if I can make a bit of a point out of it. As you can see, there's not a lot of room to play with here, so let's try and get a thin piece. Now in that case, let's try and clean out. Bloody hell, it's hard enough. Trying to get the leftovers sold it out. There you go. Thank you. Okay, no, that's the wrong one. This is the one we want. So let's try and just push this through the middle. Let's try and come upwards this time. Doesn't even want to do that. Going to put some solder on the other side. Ensure that it's a good connection. Actually, it is a good connection. That's good. Okay, so the red was neck up here. blue. Sure. That soaked up so much heat, that switch already. Okay. And over the top. To the output. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now the thing that matters when you put this back in is only that the switch goes through into place without any of the where's the grey one? Without any of the contacts touching the shielding that exists. So as long as that's okay, we're good. Right, so that one, it's a bit wider than the standard one, you see. That's what I'm nervous about. It doesn't matter if the ground one, the earth one touches. It's the the other ones we can't afford to, and they're clear of it, so that should be fine. But I won't assume that it's fine until I've had a good look at it. And the thing to do before we go any further is to test the old system the way it was. I'm just going to turn this to where I want it to be. And then I used to have a block that would hold this in place and stop it moving around while I tightened it up. Kind of handy to have. Now I shall assume. No, we won't assume, we'll test. We'll test this to make sure it's right before we pull anything else out. It's a simple thing, but because it's simple, it's even more easy to get wrong, or upside down, or whichever. Well, why help? Okay, good. This is loose as anything. God almighty. Very loose. We have to sort that out as well. Okay. So, get under there. So, just to kick off with, that needs to be turned around a little bit still because it's off track. Stay in position, but don't move. That's the hard bit, stopping it from moving. Yeah, I made a wooden block that was perfect size for turning the stopping the switch turning, and I'm going to have to replicate it because otherwise this won't work. hold on. Let's just guess what I need. It's not there, not there, not there, not there. I will need this, but it isn't there. Right, hold on, I'll go and make one. Need close. Close, not perfect, but close. Right, I can stay there for future reference. Okay, while I'm at it, let's get this done up. The jack plug before, sorry, the jack socket before, and in case we have any damage because it's rotating the wrong way. So we put that, look at that, that's well loose. Put that in there, and then we hold it with this StewMac tool while we tighten with the adjustable spanner, which has started to malfunction. Why? I think it's time to throw this one away and get another one. What is wrong with this thing? Do as you're told. Yeah, it's got something, it's like a piece of swarf or something. It's got stuck inside the gear. Now this is this is now malfunctioned as well. StewMac, I don't believe you. StewMac, don't do this to me. Oh my god. The whole thing is going to come undone now. This has happened once before with this StewMac tool. Not ideal at all. No. I've got the tool is jammed on this socket. Honestly. Well, a lot of money for that little StewMac tool, by the way. No, it actually doesn't want to come undone. Oh, now does it? Thank you. Why? Okay. Well, look. It's an average. I'll replace it, even though it's a pretty standard thing, but I'll put another one on to be on the safe side. Stereo. There we go, stereo. Okay, we'll tell you what, you can have one of these nice USA ones. New trick or Switchcraft, I can't remember, I think it'll be Switchcraft if it's USA. Just make sure it fits through the hole here. Sorry about this, this is what happens. One thing goes wrong and you have to do something else. Okay, will it go through the hole? Not without a slight adjustment. Right. Let's do a slight adjustment in this plastic hole. There we go. Lovely. Right, let's get rid of these. And then in a minute, I think we'll need to move some things because it's starting to get over cluttered now of things we don't need. So let's get this off. See, look, the heat really struggles to transfer. Thank Thank you. With old sockets like that, they go in the bin if I can reach it from here. Nearly. Yeah, don't want them being reused. So here we have a nice top quality. I've gone and lost my phone somehow. Okay. So let's go first of all with the ground wire that's coming from the outside. See if that will hold there. Okay. Actually, what's quite good, it's a standard practice, if when you're doing this, if you can get the earth all the way in, might need a bit more solder. If you can get the earth all the way in, it sort of tidies it up, and then we go across with the live, and that's not very good, but that'll do. Yeah, and then you can zip round there like that. Right. Double check it for logic. Right, we've got that to the tip, earth to the earth. Very good. Let me borrow this again, just for a minute. Oh, of course I've done something clever now. This could be a hole that's too small, but thankfully it works. And it should have its correct size washer and thingy. Oh, there you go. Now this time it's going to work properly, isn't it? There we go, turn it into there, turn it back a little bit. There we go, up to our nut. If we can actually get it to bite. Thank you. Now this should just turn. Oh, this thing's. I'm supposed to be turning it counterclockwise to lock it, right? Because we've been turning clockwise with the nut, okay? And then clockwise should now undo it. Oh, this time it did. Thanks so much. Okay, let's put some things away we don't need. This. This. These, that. Try not to lose it. Okay. Rubbish. In use. Spares. Spares, right. Spares and spares. Now, I'm going to have to look for a tip that works on here, because it's a different tip. Otherwise we'll end up with it black, which is okay, but it's not really that much in keeping. Okay, so here's the next fun part. We've got the more complicated wiring to do, and we have to remove the two volumes and redo them as push-push pots. Okay, so that's one there and one there, but of course you can see there's not a lot of room. So, you know, really we want to prepare the pots as much as we can. And they're both volumes, so we're going to get the pots working the way they should first. What I'm thinking is, where's the other microphone stand? here, isn't it? You can actually get, for what it's worth, oh, okay, you could have had a better view from this one, except I have done something and lost the one that has the, oh god, Velcro on it. So we'll leave it as is. We want to have a close-up view. Sorry. Right. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to line these pots up to be used. So they're all going to, both of them are going to have, so that you can have a better view. Both of them are going to have, one of the lugs goes to earth, ground, and hold on, hang on tight as I do this. Yay, hold on. Be tolerant, be brave. Now get the magic arm out. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Oh, way better. Look at this. We're practically on board. Okay, so I'm going to get me some. It's a bit wonky this, I know, but we'll try and get it as clear as we can. Now I use, a bit naughty, but when I want a bit of wire, I tend to cheat and use some of the billions of cheap green capacitors that I actually never use anymore. So I use the capacitor legs. Now somewhere I've got a massive bag of orange drop capacitors, which are Chinese. And they're slightly bigger, but they're bright orange, and they do the same job amazingly. And actually they provide me with a bit of extra wire as well, should I need it. But we're going to replace those as well. There's quite a lot to do in this rewire. It kind of makes out that it's straightforward, but you've got to unhook everything and get everything back together again. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some solder onto the sides of the pots, sort of common earth ground point. There isn't an issue here with depth in the cavity, which sometimes when there are, you can't really use the top of the pots because it's too close. But in this case, it's not they're not bad length. Now we have these little things here are very small, so we have to get the coil pair for the pickup through those. Now we want part of this we want grounded, so the first thing we do is we get a ground across both of those, and we want it to bend back and earth itself. It would be great if it would go, if we could get it to go all the way around through, but I don't think they aren't long enough, and I'm not sure even if these were long enough. If I nicked one of these, would I be able to borrow it? No. The alternative is to borrow an expensive bit of wire, which I'm kind of hesitant to do because it's again more expensive. We get a bit of wire that will double back on itself, so we say 2 of those. Again, a bit wasteful, I have to say. 2 of those, probably too much, but then we push out the wire and we use that, which is probably in a more elegant way. So what we're doing is we want one there to ground it, we want one through there to ground those 2, and then we sort of want it to come down. How ugly this is going to end up. We want it to come down to ground on this point here. So you can see I'm sort of pushing and pulling, and probably you could do with the pliers to do that. A bit of pushing and pulling. So to make the switch work as a coil split, we're going to put the coil pair in on these. Actually, we're pretending it's one switch. So the reason I'm going across is I'm joining both sides. We don't need this many contacts, if you get what I mean. So I'm pretending it's just one side, but I'm joining them up anyway. Don't know why really, but so it goes into one side here, sorry, it goes into the middle one, and this goes to ground, and you're basically switching the coil pair to ground or not. If it's up there, it's not, it's open, and if it's here, it shorts it out to ground, and that's what does the coil splitting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all get these soldered to there. Now you can see that this is fair enough doing this outside of the cavity. We're going to have to do one of these probably inside the cavity, so we're going to do this as well. Okay, I'm going to do the side in a minute, but before I do that I just want to get rid of all this excess for the sticking out of the way, and then we'll just come down and ground this to the solder that's already there. Should just sit there nicely. I can keep my hand still. Okay, so that's your lugs here connected to ground if you switch it in one position. I can't remember which way around it is, but hey, and that's now dead. And then we'll take the other bit of this. Try and see if I can make it tidier. I doubt I can. I suppose you could bend it in the middle first. Try and keep it tidy. Give it a nice crimped bend, and then we could probably, could we? Not easily. Let's see if we could touch this onto there. There you go. Heat up and stick. Well, that will do for now. So then we have it connected. Now we can basically, sorry, what a rubbish cameraman I am. We can now grab this bit and go through here. Much of a muchness really. I don't think it gets tidier whichever way you do it. Ends up being a wiggly wire at best. But I don't know, it's a bit tidier. And then this one, instead of bending it all back, I think we'll cut that there and just bend that little bit through here. Like that. Well, it ain't exactly pretty. Come along. Onto there. Clear off the excess. And then add some more to here to make sure it's a good attachment. Very good. Okay. So, get rid of all this stuff. I'll try and keep the camera pointing down there because it saves you having to look at my handsome features. Okay, so moving the things out of the way, bringing the camera, the guitar back I should say. Okay, now let's get you a better view. Hold on. That's like one of those kind of lecture theatre overhead camera. What's it? Something like that. You can see what's going on, can't you? Yeah. Right. Okay. So this is hard to follow. This is where, if you're new to it, you can get quite freaked out. First of all, we're going to need to widen the holes in the body for this, okay, because these are larger pots, but that's okay. It's a keeper guitar, so it's going to be a permanent modification. Okay, so from here we have pickup. This is the pickup coming in, and the pickup, and this being black. No, hang on a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, sorry, pickup to the pot, pot to the switch. Yes. So this is the black. Here is, let's write it up. Black is on the blue. So black and blue equals bridge. Okay. And this one, oops, there goes the little piece of tape. Oh, this one helpfully is black as well. That one has, but that has a red sheath on it. So we won't call that black. We'll call it red band. Red band equals bridge, and therefore the black one isn't. Right, so we've got to get rid of this pot. So we have to get everything in here unhooked. Now we can do one or two things. We can bring it all out, but it's going to be difficult because it's attached to the tone. So we can start by trying to unhook this huge great pile of solder on here. Wow, that is struggling. Come on. It's amazing how inefficient this can be. I think I'm going to have to cut the wires because I can't be roasting everything in there forever. So I'm going to cut the ground wire, and I'm going to cut the hot wire. Oh, actually, I can probably heat the hot wire. So this is the okay. These all right. These are back to front. So let me just write this down again, so we get the same pattern. So on the pots, volume pots, okay, they've got this one grounded, which is the same as I've got. No, yes, yeah, third one grounded. That's good. 1, 2, 3. Third one grounded. At the back there, yep. Third one grounded, and then we've got the middle is in from the pickup. Middle one is in, and the out one, so is that the tone, right? Okay. And so from on the one pot we've got the output to the switch, out, and the couple across to the tone. That's on the first pot. So out to the switch, and shared with it out to the tone circuit. Okay, it's perfectly valid. So we'll pull the, oh, let's use the green. When we get them off, it's a good idea to, if you're doing this to keep yourself sane, is to tape them out of the way so you kind of know where they are. Okay, so we're going to need to unhook. I'll cut that one. We'll cut the earth bit here. We'll melt the solder there if we can. Come on, yep. Okay, so this is the, get it out for the, this is out to the switch. Out to the switch. This is, now it's the bridge out to the switch. So we'll keep it over on the bridge side here. In pairs, bridge out to the switch. And then we've got one pair left here, and that is a ground, an earth wire that connects or grounds the pot as well as makes the tone circuit link. Okay, we can cut that back a bit because it's a bit mucky. Sorry, big hands and everything. So when you first start doing wiring things, you have to kind of keep your sanity sometimes right on the edge of the seat, if you know what I mean. You can quickly lose your mind and think, what's going on? And you've got to get all of these things back inside this very tight space. So I'm just going to keep doing that, tin the edge of that, tin that. Okay, so I know that's my tone circuit. Now I'm going to move this out of the way first, sorry, and I'm going to remove the bridge volume, and I'm going to, I shouldn't put that away, should I? Let's get the other one. I'm not happy with. So I've now got a bigger one, but at least I know it isn't going to get stuck. So here we are, about to remove the, you can't see anything, I'm just taking off the old pot. Chuck it out of the way. Now, at this point we've got to widen the hole, and we do that with the reaming thing. And we do it until we get to the 9mm we want. Sorry about the camera, don't worry. So I'm just going to get in there and open up the hole, and that fits. Fine. That's one. So at this point we can now fit this one back in. I think we're going to have to do pretty much everything. Are we going to do everything inside the guitar? Now let's see how much we can do. Let's try it out. Just make sure there's nothing under here. Back on your viewpoint. Yay. Okay, so the first thing, if we're doing this bridge only, first thing we want to do is make sure that this is supported to the right height. Of course from this side it slightly needs to be a bit reaming from this side as well, which is hard to get in there because there's not enough room really. We might just have enough to get it to work. Keep out of the way. Okay, we don't need, I don't think we need, no, we don't need this extra nut on here. We'll go, just check it, that's fine. So we don't need to do any adjustment to that. So the thing we're going to do now is we're going to see what we can do outside and then put it all back in. So the first thing we know is we have to prepare our wires. So we know this is slightly opposite way around to how I often do it. So we know that this is out to the switch. Now we lost the earth bit there, so we're going to have to reclaim it by stripping this back a bit more. Right, which gives us back the earth wire distance. Probably leaves us with too much plus positive wire, so I'll cut that back a bit, redo that, strip that. I said strip that please, thank you. And then we need to tin both of those, probably ideally holding it up with this device here. So you can see this becomes crowded very quickly. Okay, tinned. So going through each wire and making sure that it's ready for purpose. Very good, that's good. And this one is just a bit short. A tiny bit more. This is an earth pair. There we go. And this will benefit from being loaded a bit. Those two are okay. We want a bit more solder on this one to help get it to the top of a pot or the side, wherever we choose to put it. Okay, so in terms of installation prior to reinsertion, let's see what we can do. First of all, let's tighten all of this up so it stays roughly where we want it, even though the grip is, look at that, the grip is terrible. Wish there was something else. Try holding that, but even that doesn't want to work. Let's try it like that. Don't know how well you can see that. Okay, if we've got enough room. Okay, so the first thing we know is this pair is going to go in the side there and hang on to there, and it just about goes in. In fact, the question is, are we good to do that, or do we want to put anything else in first? Well, let's put in our output to switch. Now remember, the output on these comes out of the opposite side, complete opposite side. So there's the output. So it means we've got to go to a ground, which is now on the opposite side. So my clever loading up the side of the pot for a ground is good for one side, but in this case, because we're using the opposite side, we're going to need to do it like this. Also, as we go in there like that, we've got this little jumper which wants to go in the same place because it's sharing, and I don't think I can, right, let's put that out of the way for a minute. I don't know if I can get that close enough to do this. Maybe I can, possibly I can. So let's lower that. Now remember, we want this one, it's going to want to come in through there, along with, it's so hard to do. Look at it, look how tiny it is. So that one sits there, that's the tone jumper, and then it wants to share the hole with this one, which is the out to the switch. And now I've lost anything. Now you see how you really now need another hand or two. So I'm going to use pliers to hold that roughly where I think it could be. Okay, now if we can get the solder happily onto those, we're good. Or if we want, we could try, no, actually we'll do that first as proposed. So we're going to go, I can't really get to it very well. Okay, that's that. Borrow that. Clean that up. Thank you. Now we want to bring both of these, if we can, to the solder point there, which is actually quite difficult to do, as you can imagine now. Drop that over there. You can sort of reach it, but the chance of getting both of them down in one handful is slim, because there's no way we can twist those together as it stands. So we're going to have to hope to get these down together. Let's try and see what we can do. So it's a good thing about having loaded the pot with solder first. With some luck we can get both of them down together. So that's the output to the switch, that's the jump across to the tone pot, which we have to do a changeover of the capacitors as well. So that's that. We've got two things left to do. We've got the input here, and we've got the coil split mechanism switch part to do. So So we have the input being the middle thing, but let's do the coil split pair first, which are these two here, and they just about touch, just about long enough, but that's not helping. So let's hold that here. Maybe let's ignore these other ones for a second. And our job is to just get that into there and hopefully get it to stay. You can see it's barely long enough. If we get the first one done, we might get the second one to do as well. Okay, now this one is more going to be kind of loaded and make a bridge across to the tip of the wire, but that's fine. And there we have it. So that's the coil split pair ready to go to ground when the switch is compressed, which is cool. Now the next thing we have, while this is all neatly here, is we have the pickup in, the hot in from the pickup, I should say, to be technically precise. Which just comes like that. So again, it never goes where you want the wire to go, so I'm going to give it a little bit of a pull, like this. Okay, that's the positive signal, hot signal from the pickup into the pot. Thank you. The only thing we have to do now is ground the pickup by putting, let's go on this less busy side of the pot. Again, this is where you've got to start really being careful how you handle anything, because it's all now hooked up. So we want to go across to here, get that on there. Now this is now trying to throw itself on the floor like that. Stupid bloody mechanical hands. Absolute crap. This is actually not where I wanted it to be, but it is soldered down. But let's move it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now that is everything this pot has to do. Probably still a bit hot. I'm ready to go into place, and it's probably a good idea that we do that right now. In fact, I'm going to let it wrap around itself like that to keep as much of that wiring out of the way as possible, if I can. Yeah, like that. Okay, so slightly out of your range for a second, sorry. I'll hold this in place and put on the washer and the nut. And we do this up one time so it's ready. And that means holding it inside so nothing spins while we get that tightening part done. Lovely. Okay, so that's one of them done. So the next one we have to do the same unhooking process, but also this one, you see, it's quite busy, so we can tuck some more of its wiring out of the way. Okay, so we've got a ground here to the bridge, which we won't bother with, we'll ignore that. So I'm going to need to do some cutting again, because everything is very tightly packed. Holy cow. cut the earth wires. I think that's done. Okay, that's this is out to the switch. Very difficult to get in here at the moment now to this one because it's got all the other bits and pieces in the way. So some things that would be really good to move, like that jack lead out the way. I can now get into this lug of the switch. Okay, so let's do this change already. So straight away we know this is too short. We're going to get a bit of extra length on that. That's now too long, so let's just cut that off instead of losing the rest of my thumbnail trying to pull it off. Okay, so remember this is out to switch, and we know that that comes out of the position number 1. We also have to tin it because we're going to need that tinned up. Okay, out to switch. Can actually plop that out of the way for the time being. Now we've got to unhook, or cut first. We'll cut the earth. A few things going on here. Okay. What's that then? Okay, that's not covered up. That's strange. Slightly different format on this side. So here we have, here's the jumper across to the tone circuit, which also needs a little adjustment. Quite hard to strip back old wire because it has blobs of solder that prevent you getting a clean, pulling the shield off, or the, what's that thing, coating. Okay, so this is just as I go tidying up wires wherever they look like they need to be tidied in order to get a contact. That is the wimpiest bit of wire I think I've ever seen. Sometimes you can accidentally break too many filaments of the conductor wire, so I need to make sure that's a little bit thicker. Again, all it is the tone circuit. Okay, that's that. Tone circuit. Put that out of the way. Right, what else we've got to do to get this off? We've got to cut the earth wires here. There and there. And then the green, in this case, is the live from the pickup. And in fact the black, and normally you'd have the black and the bare sort of tied together. I think we're a little bit short on this, so I'm going to take a little bit more of this off, which is slightly tricky in this enclosed space. These can be long, it's not a problem, but we want a bit more ground wire here to get to the top of a pot successfully. Right. Yikes. How do we get around all of this? Right. So we'll keep them separate, but we'll treat them both as the black as ground and the bare as ground, which is what they both are. Whereas on the other side they were clustered together in a wax tubing of some kind. Okay, so that's going to go to ground, as is this, and the rest of them are in good shape. Okay, so now I'm going to lift up and get the other pot out. I'm going to resize the hole. So, those of you who if you ever get to see this video, because God knows when I'll upload it, it's a good example of how fiddly and slow it really is doing this sort of thing. There's no quick way. Okay, so we're back here. I'm going to put some solder on the other side of this pot, because we know we're going to need it. But yeah, it's incredibly time consuming. You know, the idea that you change a set of wiring over when it involves switching or something like this, that you do it in minutes, is crazy. Just tightening up the soldering iron tip, which was rattling around. Okay, next bit, widen the hole. Let go. Can't quite believe it. It's holding on when you don't want it to. That's the funny part. Okay. Okay, right, we're back to our push pot. So what have we got to do? Here's what we got to do. Go back to where we were. So we have the out and the tone circuit share the same place. So I'm going to have to bring that down in there, somewhere like that. See if we can get them to play together. So it's out of here, there, and this is out to the switch as well. So make sure that doesn't get in the way of anything. So that also goes in there. There it is, and then we're left with the earths hanging out, ready to get put onto the side of the pot. Sorry, you've not got a good view on that, but okay, that's that. Now we've got to get these two earths. I wish this thing would hold it still. Earth. Thank you. It is. I keep meaning to get one of those things with millions of hands, gorilla sort of, not the Gorilla Pod, but the extra helping hands thing. But they're always about 40 quid or something, and I always bulk at the last minute. Okay, let's see if I can get that nicely joined up down there. Jolly go. Right, so that's my tone circuit and my out to the switch. Okay, and we've got the in. Now we need the in into the middle, plus it's earths, and we know the green is the in. So let's just get this under here, disentangle it. Okay, so what we know, first thing we've got to do is get the coil split circuit done, which is there. And then the outside. That's that. Then we have the hot being the green. And we're kind of running out of wire distance now, so I reckon this will come upwards from underneath, maybe. Maybe. That's quite good. And then we've got the two earth wires to sort out, and then there's all of that taken care of. Right. Okay. Now this has to obviously go upside down this way, and we now have to get these two grounds to, ideally, the side of the pot, if I can sort of manoeuvre it to where it needs to be. That one's going to be difficult. Keep doing this, keep pressing the buttons on the damn soldering iron. Okay, that's great, that's dropped that. So I'm just hoping I can get it stick. Just does not want to go. Especially when you haven't got anything holding it in place. Right, I'm going to put something in my eye now. I'm just going to load a bit more solder on top of here. We're going to add this to the pile. Okay, that's all the wires for that one. Out, in, out. There we go. And let's just pull this one out of the way. Lift it up. Put it. Do it up. Now we only have to change over the capacitors now. How long-winded is that, really? So this now, the way it's standing, should, actually I probably still need to keep that out of the way. This should now give us the correct switching that we want. So what I should do at this point, I want this out of the way so we can get access. Okay, so I should at this point test the thing. And right, what happened to the blade? There it is. Okay. Neck pickup. Okay. Cut. Cut. Oh. Okay, yes. Okay, it's done at the, that's right, because that's the wiring, the Peter Green thing. Okay, good. There we have it. Coil splits are working in whatever strange way that the Peter Green thing does. Okay. So while we're at it, let's switch out these capacitors. Let's get that out of the way. Let's get that out of the way. That, and then we'll stop and have a break and do all the cleanup. Prior to cleaning everything up, I'll take the guitar inside and I'll do these little dents in the neck. Right, so we're going out of the pot number 1, no, lug number 1 for these capacitors. Not grab them. Hang on a minute. These are these 473s. They're not 2.2 capacitors, really, are they? If I better do a check, but that means I'm going to have to do it inside. These aren't set up for. It's interesting. They're not set up with. I think this is a. I think this is a 0.47, but it's hard to tell. I'll go. I think I'll take a break now, tidy up, go and check before I change these over. I mean, you know, these will be fine for it, but it may slightly darken. No, what am I talking about? No, it'll actually not darken. It will do the opposite. It'll brighten up the tone a bit. So we just want to be sure that we're not making too big a change. And if we are, not doing it at all. Okay. See you later. Oh, catching back up. Well, that turns out to be a 0.047 microfarads UFs. Anyway, so what I do have is paper and oil, Russian vintage ones, so we'll use them instead. So they came off the outside edge to the top. Yay, baby. Okay, let's draw out the excess stuff. Come on, heat up, damn you. There we go. So yeah, it's a bit more exotic, I suppose. They're much bigger, so they are proper chunky things. They're sort of very cool vintage looking beasties as well. So it'd be great to have something that can actually hold this up. I suppose there is anything. Maybe that, maybe not, maybe that, maybe not, maybe this, maybe not. an elastic band. That's what I need to hold this together. You stay there. Right, let's put a bit of that on there. God, it is a very large object to try and fit into this space. I mean, it'll fit because there's loads of room, but I'm trying to think of the best way around. Alright, let's get this end hooked up first of all. And then we'll encourage the other end around. That's my stomach grumbling. There's no real chance of this crashing into anything anyway, so it's no problem. It's not going to short out on anything, that's what I'm saying. Come on. There we have it. And we'll just snip off this one here. And remove from here. They're good looking, those Russian paper and oil jobs. You know, they're stylish, shall we say. Proper Soviet era. Well, that's what they kind of look like. The kind of thing that you'd kind of expect to see in a Russian aeroplane. An Antonov or something. Okay, right, so that one actually, that one's still a bit too close. Yeah, they're unwieldy, but they do have that sort of Cold War look about them, which is quite stylish. God, do as you're told. Can it even wrap around far enough to get there? Yep, just about. Really good. Your groovy Russian paper and oil capacitors. Tuck that back in there, tuck that back in there, sort of. Back under there, maybe. That's all right. Righty-ho. So that will be all the electronics stuff done. And now we shall get it done up, cleaned up, and then ready to restring. Although yeah, I might pause it while I build up some poly lacquer on the back. Okay. Well, you live and learn when your tools have worn out. That's basically what's happened here with that neck rest. I should have expected it to happen someday, but I didn't think it would. Anyway. Just get some cleaner on the back here. Nice clean rag. Yeah, the good thing about poly finish is you can build it up on top of existing poly and wire wool it back to a nice, very nice finish that you would hardly know wasn't original. So it's quite forgiving when it comes to making corrections and repairs. And sometimes, you know, it happens that you get scratched the side with a beveling block, something like that. I've obviously taken a lot of care not to, but occasionally that can happen. Right, while we're at it, let's take off the masking tape. And then what I'll do is I'll take this in this evening and I'll touch up the poly once I'm indoors, and then I guess I'll restring it tomorrow. But I just want to test, make sure it's all working. Yeah, how that happens. Oh yeah, these. There we have it. Just a quick test, and then we'll be confident. What I'll do is I'll also oil the neck with the fingerboard as well once we've cleaned everything up. Okay. Off, on, off, on. Good. Fabulous. Happy with that. Righty-ho. With the paper and oil caps as well. So let me put the back of the covers on and we'll be done with this for now. What happened to my... Here it is. That's strange. Yes. Okay, that's not bad at all, but I'm still going to have a look at building that up a little bit. Righty-ho, there we go. That's it for now. Bit of work on the neck, followed by stringing and intonating with the new bridge on, and then we'll be done. Okay. Hey, here we are back again with Chris's V100 with my modified damned guitar neck support. This isn't going to dent any necks, and with the repaired and refinished neck on the back there. So that took a long time, but had to be done. So where were we before I so stupidly interrupted myself? Oh yeah, we were about to restring, stretch the strings out and intonate, because this needs to go tomorrow and head back up to Chris. So he gets it. The plan is to send it on a 24-hour tomorrow, so he gets it Friday. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow's, that's right. Now it was top wrapped when I got it, so I'll do the same thing again. If that's a personal preference. I don't think it's massively necessary, but some people feel it adds or takes away an amount of stretchiness or stiffness of the strings. I'm not sure which. One other thing, so the adjustable nut on these guitars is removable. I think I've mentioned this before. So when you're putting strings on and off, start with the middle string pair first, so the G and the D. I'm just loading these up, and I'll go with the D first, just to hold the nut in place. Okay. Just have a check on this. That does have a limited no, you know what, I'm not going to do that. This is slightly taller bridge, and this has a limited break angle, so whatever the aesthetic considerations of it are, I don't think it makes sense to do it. I think for tone, I think it's better that we have a stronger break angle, and with all things being equal, that isn't enough of a break angle for my liking. So I'm now going back with correct fitting or standard fitting. Of course, Chris, if you really want it the other way around very badly, you'll change it at some point. I get it. Right, so I'm just going to tie down the nut by putting on the D string here, and that way whatever else we do, it won't come springing off sideways. It would help if I got that in the right place. That's the only thing about the roller bridge, is when you put strings on, they tend not to sit in the rollers. They tend to want to fall down the side. Okay. So yes, that was a lesson learned the hard way, to replace certain things, but you just don't think about it. That's the problem. You get you sort of switch off and you assume that your neck support is going to be the same years later, which isn't the case. So that learned me. Anyway, what I did was, because I needed to fill it, I filled it with fill and finish, which because it's on a curve, unlike a scratch or something, a ding on the top or a flat side of the guitar, fill and finish is good because once you put it on and fill the hole, you can very carefully, using a masked off blade, you can create a little sort of scraper blade that's really good for gently scraping it back to flush, and then you can fill in with a bit of more super glue and finally end up with some kind of finishing with some poly. But in this case, because it was on a curved surface, the neck, it wasn't possible to scrape it back that way, so I had to sand it back, which ended up making some pretty big, or took away the paint, or sorry, not paint, I suppose it's yeah, the cherry stained lacquer, and that left me with kind of patches that actually looked like the relicking on the rest of the guitar. But so it was just a matter of following priorities really. So the priority one was to make it level, smooth to the touch. The second priority then was to repair how it looked. So there was kind of burned through areas which now went back to a kind of amber coloured wood. Then I needed to mix up a bunch of poly with different stains to get a colour balance that I could build up, and that's surprisingly hard to do, so that takes time. And finally you get there, and then once I got the colour satisfactorily balanced first, but also smoothed back so it didn't have any major patches or anything sticking up, I was then able to go over on top of all of that with some final layers of clear, which was I don't really know how much. It's hard to tell when you're doing it by hand, so it's just building up a certain amount till you think it's enough, and then you kind of do a final smooth out, sanding to smooth out, and I was using 1500 grit in water just to smooth out the that final clear coat, and then finished with wire wool at the end of it. So it's slightly different to how it was before. In other words, it hasn't got the sort of physically rough feel that you get with satin poly. I'm not quite sure how they achieve that, but it has a wire wooled gloss, or a gloss finish back to wire wool, which feels pretty silky. So that took a couple of days to do. It's just very slow and careful. You can't rush it. There is no way to hurry it up. You have to build it back up. But the good thing is, if you're working with poly, and this is a guitar that's finished in poly, you're working with the same stuff, and it will work. They don't bond together the way that nitrocellulose repairs do. So poly always has an edge to it between the old and the new, because it doesn't actually join. So you just have to kind of work your way around it and make sure that where it joins, it's a smooth join or a smooth junction as possible. Right. Okay. So get rid of the packaging. Right. So first things first. Cows eating the hedge out there. So a few big stretches just to bed things into place. Yeah, this Chris's guitar and another one, which was Peter's Variax, Yamaha Variax, the James Tyler one. Both of those kind of provided me with challenges at the same time. This one, as you saw, because of the dents, and I got to the similar sort of position on the Variax, where it was like, great, setup done, all I've got to do now is string it and intonate it, and then I noticed my tuner wasn't working properly as had it, for example, had it up like this, with the jack plug sticking out of here. But just doing the intonation, and then I noticed, well, first of all noticed that the tuner was misbehaving. It didn't seem to be registering the notes, and then I thought, oh, I wonder if it's cutting out because of the jack socket. So I plugged it into the amp, and sure enough there was an intermittent fault whenever you pushed any tiny bit of pressure on the jack socket. So I had to take it apart. Oh my god, it's like a journey into, I don't know, centre of the earth. The Variax is a very particular beast with its electronic brain. So anyhow, in I went to discover that 2 wires practically had come undone and needed to be soldered, but there's no access to it because basically they're not made to be taken off or undone. So I had to remove the whole unit, unsolder a block connector from printed circuit board, which aren't made to be disconnected, and after looking at it from all sides, I decided to solder the wires directly. I extended the wires and then soldered them directly to the PCB, which the block was anyway. It's not like a connector block you could remove. It was a connector block, well, it was a terminal block with 4 spikes going into that thing PCB, and then soldered into place. So it actually there was no advantage of having it as a block. It might as well have just been wires going straight in, which is what I ended up redoing. Okay, so let's have a look at the first fret action. This is the beauty of this. It's actually pretty much where I wanted it anyway. Okay, so here we have it, refretted, Evo Gold. The only thing, this is a quality switch that we got, and the only problem with that high quality switch is it came with a black tip. I didn't get a choice in the matter for some reason. So, and none of the cream ones I've got are from such a high quality, they're not from such a high quality thingy. It would look a little bit better, but I'm going to have a quick look in here where I live, where lives some more selector tips. I think this is a problem I've faced before, where you almost never find the right, these are very particular kind of high quality thing. There's kind of fake ones that I've tried to do before by melting them, and it sort of goes on, but it's a bit of a mess. So I think we're going to have to live with, no, that's too small again, a very particular US gauge. So I think we're just going to have to live with black, unless of course, Chris, you can perhaps hunt around and find one that fits an all parts switch. It's superficial, it's cosmetic, but you know, it's just one of those things that you try to get right and they send you a black tip. Okay, so next part of the game is to stretch the strings out as much as you can with the thumb and forefinger approach, and that will then detune the guitar, as we know, we expect it will, and then we'll tune it up, and we'll do it until, I mean, you want to do this until it stops detuning basically, and if you can do that, then this is what will keep it in tune, playing in tune thereafter. And you might as well, because it's much nicer to reach for a guitar and it be in tune. So this is going to go back to Chris tomorrow morning. In fact, Can book the courier and pack it up tonight. Thankfully I've got, it didn't, it came, Chris delivered this in person. It's not worked out to be convenient to come and get it, so it came without a packaging, it came by hand delivered. So I've got cardboard and spare room since I did a bike box run. See, we're close to tuning stability there. One more thumb and forefinger set of stretches. I've said this on all my videos and a million times before, but the two components that ensure that your guitar will play and stay in tune are your nut slots, which we've taken care of with this amazing adjustable Tusq nut, and the slack that's stored in your strings, which we're now taking care of, and I recommend you do the same every time you change the strings. Not the stretching that you're familiar with and have done before. You've got to do it this much because it's just worth it, because it will stay in tune then. Lovely. Right, last thing on the cards is oh yes, the intonation game. Let's turn this off. Now, Ben at Vanson Guitars, who I buy the roller bridges from, is, I don't know if it's him or whether it's his manufacturer, but they always, oh God, they always, almost always, have the intonation set right on the bridges when they come out. So let's see if that's the case. May not be, but, and again, one of the things about the intonation that you have to keep in mind is that it's subjective, right? My way of fretting a note will be necessarily different from the pressure you do it with. We can't expect it to be the same. In fact, we can't expect to do it ourselves the same pressure twice in a row. It's not even that consistent. See, look, it's in tune already. I mean, it's intonated. Okay, intonation, well done Ben at Vanson. Another one intonated on the straight off the shelf. Let me just check one thing before we're done. Oh, let's check two things. Let's double check the last fret action. I've already done this once, but yep. And let's check, quick re-look at the relief, which is very, very flat. Pretty good. I think that's a goer. Alright, so so what we've got here is we've got the parts of the strap buttons that go on your straps. Should be fairly easy to fix yourself. We've got spare replacement what do you call them, bushings. We've got the old bridge, we've got the old pots, the old switch. I'll send them all back, just in the old strap buttons and the old nut. So I'll just put it all back together. You never know when you might need it. But what we also have to have is the truss rod cover. And it's 3 little screws. Here they are. Groovy. Put that on and we'll be ready to go pack up and make the courier. So thank you for watching. Whenever this gets uploaded, it's probably going to be sometime next year at this rate. But if you do ever get to see it, thanks for watching, and thanks Chris for your patience, and thanks for choosing me to do the work in the first place. And I'm just very happy that I could recover the mistake that happened along the way, which there was a point at which I was thinking about, in a way it would have been, there's two things happened. One is I could have left the relic look, I could have leveled it out and then left it with the colour as was, so bled through to the, and it actually would have fitted in perfectly well with the actual factory relicking that they've gone to a lot of effort to do on this guitar. But I'm a perfectionist, and that isn't how it came in. So, and I like a challenge, so I set about doing it. Now, if you are in that position, another option you have is to, instead of trying to repair a smaller area, you could consider stripping back more than you've damaged, if you like, a bigger strip back, and then you have a single area, a larger area to work with, which is actually can be a lot easier than to try and colour match sort of islands of worn through colour. But of course the simplest thing would have just said, hey look, it's relic, now it looks like it fits in with the rest of it, let's just go with that. But that's not how it came to me. Right, bag on the floor. Thingies, the tiny hex key for the locking nut, bridge, switch, pots. Okay, yeah, two, that's right, we did two. I was thinking, why the two replacement pots? Original capacitor, strap locks. Oh, those are my toggle switch tips. One of, actually no, one of them is yours, isn't it? That's that one. Crappy nut, and a bunch of associated bits and pieces. Okay, done. See you again soon.